This is the Call of Duty Mobile Summerfest 2026.
Bakunawa. Still in play, but SKAERI 3 more points to win this game.
That is crazy. I wish I've seen multiple options.
This is the Call of Duty Mobile Summerfest 2026.
Bakunawa.
It is the beginning of the end, for the group stage at least. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Qualifier. My name is Pika, joined by Warden. You heard that right, it is the last day of the group stage. So, it's safe to assume it's going to be real intense here, Warden.
Oh, the schedule looks pretty intense, my guy. I mean, we're going to be starting things off in Change World and Visual Esports, and at the middle, well, not really on the middle, more so on the first part of the second half, we're going to have ALUla and Elevate. So, I mean, everybody has been looking forward to seeing that, and quote unquote, it's supposed to be the projection of the Grand Finals, but then again, we didn't really see Elevate on the Grand Finals on Garena Masters, and well, I mean, let's just see how this one's going to pan out. Obviously, it is a battle for seeding. Elevate, you want this one badly. ALUla so far is at the #1 spot, so I don't exactly know how this one's going to play out, to be honest with you. Elevate hasn't been too promising, but till then, we don't exactly know what they want to offer for today's broadcast.
Oh yeah, that's right, man. It is going to be 4 solid series here, ladies and gentlemen. Also, pardon what I said yesterday about the previous day, or like yesterday being the one of the days that they have 4 sets. We actually had a bunch of that leading to this, and today is no exception. More so that the teams right now are gunning for those precious wins. And you said it yourself, Warden. It's expected right now that these two powerhouses for that 3rd set will take us to a banger of a series, if so to speak. So, ladies and gentlemen, of course, thank you once again for tuning in. That's 8 solid days. I cannot stress that enough of the group stage.
Yeah, 8 solid days as well. We had the play-ins that happened on the 9th of this month. So, I mean, we had what? A grand total of 9 freaking days of the Garena qualifiers already. And obviously, the action's still not going to be stopping at all. We can't finish the tournament without the playoffs, and the playoffs will be happening on next Saturday and Sunday. It's going to be happening on the 29th and the 30th, so better make sure you guys will be staying tuned. So better make sure you guys are following our social media all across the board, be it from TikTok, Facebook, or YouTube, because on the last 2 days, we'll be the dictator on who will represent the Garena region in the World Championship that will be happening in Mexico at December 4th to the 6th.
Oh man, speaking of Mexico, Warden, I know for a fact that you yourself are excited, right? You got that love, you know, coming for you for the from the Mexican community.
Mi
right?
amor.
There we go. And of course, you know, it was a very stacked August already, right? And more so, we still had 2 days to go, as Warden mentioned. So the Call of Duty mobile action just doesn't stop. And here for us on the desk, it really just keeps going as well. Yesterday, for those of you who did not catch it, our final series went down to the wire. And I'm not just talking about a very common match 5. We went overtime as well for the 2nd search and destroy. So Warden, I know for a fact that we were really squeezing out whatever's left in the tank for that one. Maybe it's safe to assume that one of these sets again will be the same. If not in the beginning, then probably the end.
Well, before that, though, let's draw back to memory lane, I would say, and talk about what has been the schedule here. So we start things up on the 9th of August. Obviously, that was the plans on a Sunday. And then, well, for our first week out the group stage, it did happen from the 13th to the 16th, and that ran through well as well, coming from Thursday to Sunday, and then now we're going to have our 2nd set as well. Again, we did see, the 2nd run as well from the 20th to the 3rd. Obviously, today is the last day of the group stage, and we'll be moving over towards the playoffs on the 29th and the 30th of next week.
Oh yeah, next week, that's going to be a completely different story, but this right here, ladies and gentlemen, this is what it's all about. we started with just a few teams, right? And now we're here with 8 of these teams just really gunning for the bigger part of the prize. Once again, we're gonna head straight to the playoffs, and this right here is gonna be a real headache for everybody who's participated. You know, it's gonna be super tight. It's gonna be super intense. Not to mention, in just a bit, we're gonna show you what they're fighting for.
But truly, man. And now, prize pool. I mean, $4,500 will be given to the first place. Second as well, $3,000. I mean, that's big money here, especially if you convert it to pesos and their own local currency. What do you fight for specifically as well? And that's a slot for the World Championship, man. Once you make it, once you win the upper bracket finals and the lower bracket finals, it doesn't really matter what happens on the grand finals. Obviously, if you want extra money, then you gotta try to play it out until the very end. But for everybody here that is in this competition, it's not just the monetary value that this tournament has been able to offer. It's truly the slots there for the World Championship. And who is fighting inside of this tournament? We got ALUla Club as soon as possible. Change World, Elevate, Rival Esports, VIZUALZ Esports, VZID, and FREESLOT.
So those, ladies and gentlemen, are the ones you've been seeing for the past week or so. It goes to show right now that these teams really are the best of the best, making it to the group stage, and only four of them, which presumably, ladies and gentlemen, are on the left side of your screen as of right now.
Well, we do get to see already here for the side of ALUla and Elevate. No serious loss whatsoever, but one will bleed today, and one will be able to solidify themselves as the #1 team in this group stage. On the trail, Rival Esports will be there with 4 series win. Has lost twice already, and it did came from ALUla and Elevate. Moving over now towards the FREESLOT as well. I mean, FREESLOT, they lost up against, well, let's say Elevate alongside ALUla and Rivals themselves, and they, well, you got another set of matches lined up ahead. But hey, let's take a look at the first series here for today. We start things off with Change World against VIZUALZ Esports.
Oh boy. Now, Change World yesterday, Warden, they drew first blood quite well, right? We talked about this. And we saw how they went 3-0 against FREESLOT. So this right here, historically, might be a good start for them. If it's any indication, the first series will always be a momentum builder. So we're going with Summit. And of course, Warden, I think this is a prank. We're going to get slums for a natural search and destroy here. I know how strongly you feel about that. But then again, it is just the beginning. We're going to see how it unfolds a little later on.
Hey, it does check out, you know, just a little bit. I feel like in some way that will be a map that kind of forced, but inside of Change World, all because of the way that VIZUALZ Esports played that map on Game 5 against FREESLOT in yesterday's run. It wasn't really the best, you know, footing for their side. But hey, it's a brand new day. It's a brand new story here. And it's a brand new competition here for both VIZUALZ and Change World. You get to see the players now loading inside of this game. Tika, I can't believe we're down to the last day for the group stage, man. It's been a long stride, but hey, it is what it is.
It is. The days are not enough too, man. I wish I did do the calls for the commentary in the previous days, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen, stepping on the gas immediately with Summit. Okay, here we go. First couple of frags right here belonging to Trickster on the side of VIZUALZ.
See done here so far here for VIZUALZ Indonesia, and to be honest with you, this is probably one of the strongest maps in this they can definitely offer as well, especially when you get Owl on the shotgun. When this guy gets hot, you can expect them to put them, you know, their opposition here on the burner. But as we get to see here so far, 1-18 here's the score line, and Change World is having a hard time finding himself here inside of the hard point.
Oh yeah, man, look at that. Good tension from within the hard point, but so far no form of resistance here on the side of Change World. Oh, never mind though, as soon as I said that, they managed to rack up just about 4 seconds in. However, immediately we got VIZUALZ Indonesia already retaken up, and again, just as I said, there we go. Change World just trying to retake that immediately before the next hard point opens up in just a few seconds.
And the check rock here on the speed 2. Maybe so far heated up, man. Take a look at this guy. Already fully streaked up as well. Has an EMP systems to work with. And is able to beat out everybody on the lobby here in regards to getting double digits here in regards to eliminations. Change World, I mean, yes, they're on the trail, but Mavior's doing so much to carry the weight of the squad.
No, absolutely. All 3 score streaks right there, up and running. Up and already used the pred and lands right there on Trickster. So here we go, 29-12. So far looking good once again on the side of VIZUALZ. Remember, they were the last team yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, that we had to witness. So this is a very good redemption arc for them to start the day with.
And as I thought that in some way the shotguns would be wielding so much power inside of this map. Tricksters, the lots of Me6, the ARs are definitely finding the impact here and up and within. Just like that now, 24 seconds here remains on this P2. Maybe off the shotgun himself. Finds that double. Will be able to convert it into a break here for the scraps, and that's going to be enough as well for them to flip out the spawns. Change World definitely on the trail, but they're doing miraculous work here. Themselves back on track here, especially in this transition here towards P3.
Yeah, man, and we've seen a ton of money heals being collected here for P3. And you know, I'm also really curious as how this is gonna go, because historically in the past few days, man, Change World has had good records in Summit. So let's see if they're gonna be able to make a comeback here. Oh, there it is.
A lot of merit here for the side of Ichikawa. As an equalizer here to run it down so far, able to get the first, but Trickster's there for the trade. Nicely done for Tricksters. And now Me6 whips out his claw. Tricksters is with his own war machine. And that's going to be a force free for Me6, by the way. Cleared it up now and adding Dan Sparrow. This should be a full-on money hill here for players of VIZUALZ Indonesia.
Man, you could actually sense how clean that claw sweep was, man. That was amazing. Here we go. And Kai, over the horizon, just trying to look at the entirety of P3, making a little bit of opening here for Change World, and now they're able to infiltrate the hard point just for a little bit. 20 seconds to go. Let's see how much they can squeeze out of this, Warden.
As you've done here so far. Moving over here. Claw's going to be whipped out here with Mavier. A bit of a later break here for Change World, but you got to do whatever it takes for, you know, your whole squad here to keep the game up close, and Change World is not doing too shabby at doing that. And now they do find their opportunity as well to get this early rotation here on the speed 4. A definitely needed early 30 here on this hill for them to be able to find themselves equalized up against VIZUALZ Indonesia.
Oh, but we're starting off with an empty hardpoint, unfortunately, and Owl sets foot first. Let's see how this is gonna go. Oh, there it is once again. Change World. Just when you think that they're out of the picture here, they make something happen. And maybe a while ago, I was keeping tabs on him. I wanted to see where he was gonna patrol. We saw him a while ago at bottom control. Now, 65 and ticking here on the side of Change World. Once again, Warden, let's hold our breath a little bit here. Let's see how much they can exploit their time here at the hard point.
A monumental run here from Me6 and Tricksters, man. The Dow 27 starting to hurt here for this rest of the squad. Owl and the rest of the SMGs here for the side of VIZUALZ not really finding the groove. Hence why Change World able to find a means to get this initial 40 seconds here up on the speed 4, all due to Mavier and Kai solidifying the front entries alongside the back lines. Now they go up in this hill. A bit of a fight here for the scraps. VIZUALZ Indonesia will be good for it, and that will be enough as well for them to be able to retain this lead away as we go back to a reset, back to P1. It's highly a pretty competitive game with just a slight leverage here for the squad of VIZUALZ Indonesia.
Yeah, man, I like that. Slight leverage. That right there means that they cannot slack off. However, they are starting off quite strong here on the reset. Headed to 100 points immediately. Now let's see, no contestants just yet. Oh, there we go. Fran just abandoning the hardpoint for a split second. And just like that, we get a retake from Change World. As you said so, Warden, this lead is not too chunky anymore.
Yeah, everybody's just trying to put their head here directly inside of the hardpoint. Same goes for their buddy as well. Kai here on the top side looking to play the cut. It's overrun with Owl. Ichikawa went by, finds Zen and Tricksters off this way, putting Me6 as well on the blender. And a lot of bulk and numbers here will be given by the side of Change World up inside of the hard point, but they're taking too much time to get the full wave. Points not racking up. It's just a scrappy hill at this point.
Yes, absolutely. Look at that, 92 to 111. Approaching one tile at a time here for Change World. Let's see how this is going to go. We have 9 seconds more. Just like that, we are slowly but surely gearing towards that of Change World's momentum. Let's see, hardpoint number 2 is going to be messy here, Warden. We already have top control here, care of M4.
To be honest with you, man, if you was to compare the Change World that we had last year in today's Presence run, this is looking to be a pretty different squad, because previously VIZUALZ Indonesia, their squad here would absolutely dominate Change World. Doesn't really pave into that way, and all of a sudden now the tides have turned. Change World now here back on the driver's seat.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was worried about, Warden. Change World, as we would track back, ladies and gentlemen, to the previous days, they did have a very good track record when it comes to Summit. So let's see how this is going to go. 126 and counting, still in full control of P2. Now, it is VIZUALZ ID that is in pursuit.
It'll be a tough one here. 137 now to 112. The players of VIZUALZ Indonesia looking to get a break here from the top and the bottom side as well. Last 2 players here to worry about, and they do get the break. Good for the last 13 here, but the question is, though, can they find full accumulation? Ichikawa still sends sends himself out here towards the backside of barrels. Able to get a break once again. Change World just giving such a hard time here for the squad of VIZUALZ.
Oh boy, almost at 150 here, Warden. Definitely not gonna end there. Let's go to P3 and see how it looks like. A while ago, it was a reasonable amount of points that they got because of those small operator skills that they used to clear out P3. However, VIZUALZ Indonesia already setting foot here. Oh, I wish I saw that shot, but it looks like Owl lost that exchange.
Well, Claw's gonna be out here. He finds one as well. Off with his War Machine, able to get a double now. They are going to try to get a break here from the front side. Player 1, Ichikawa, breaks down. That's denied. Me6 stays alive now on the gondola side. And that's going to be Maverick here trying to play for his life directly inside of the hard point. And unfortunately, with no spawns guaranteed as well for the side of Changed World, this will be enough for the squad of VIZUALZ here to get some points and equalize the scoreline once again.
Look at it, Owl's missing his shot again. This is what I was talking about earlier. He tried to do that same play. However, at least this time he was able to close it out. 155 to 153. Probably going to leave a little bit of those scrap points to VIZUALZ Indonesia. They have to make sure, rather Change World has to make sure that P4 will be locked tight, sealed tight, Warden.
VIZUALZ on the late rotation once again. Not the first time that we have been able to see this, and the last time around as well. Changed World was able to pretty much put himself here on the front foot convincingly well. As we start things off with Vi finding a double, clearing it out the backside. A bit more of a push on C-Dom alongside the secret side. Spraying down Fran, able to get a first and a double as well. And all of a sudden, spawns now guaranteed for the squad of VIZUALZ. All that comes next is for them to be able to get the full break, and they absolutely serve it.
Man, that was a very, very good play right there by Fran. With a couple of flanks right there, as well as making sure that the hard point stays clear for the previous 10 seconds, man. I gotta give him credit for that. Hopefully we see that in the highlights, but right now, good retake on the side of Change World. A bit of a tug of war so far. But again, we are 20 seconds away from our third rotation here. Back to P1. Wonderful shot right from Tricksters, by the way, getting a triple.
Nice percentage here in regards to the late breaks here for the side of VIZUALZ Indonesia. Always finding himself involved, regardless if the opposition's pretty much solidified all due to an early rotation. But now we go back to P1. As you do get to say, this VIZUALZ Indonesia here is only 8 points away from the 20-point mark.
Oh, okay. But again, you know, I'm gonna keep my head leveled here. Oh man, no shot right there at all. 175 to 192 here. VIZUALZ Indonesia getting a head start here for our third rotation on P1. Now this is gonna be huge. I know that this is actually not gonna be the final hard point for this one, but if they're able to hold up, never mind. Just as I say that, CW with the C's of the first hard point once again belonging to VIZUALZ Indonesia though. The 200 count is still ticking.
It may not be enough for them to close out the deal inside of this hill, but more than enough for them to draw down the distance that they need to run this map off of Summit. As they go, Claws out here for player 4. That's going to be Me6 here on the bottom side of the staircase. Bring down, finds one through the smoke, sprays it through. It finds Ichikawa away. One player right across here on the left-hand side will get denied. Until then, the players from Changed World are scrambling across the hill to try to provide another lifeline, and they absolutely do so.
Oh boy. This is going to be tough. This is definitely going to be tough for Change World. This is going to be a bit of a dent on their Summit record. Let's see how this is going to go. We have a few seconds before P2 opens up once again. Fran loses the exchange. Kai with a War Machine ready to go. Finds one. Here we go. Last shell on board. Oh, but Vi with the retaliation on Tricksters. Now this is going to be a bit blue. Never mind though, Warden. My feelings are always messed around with.
Oh my god, Tempest drop here for the side of Changed World, but now what lies next is going to be the Claw and the Equalizer as well. Unfortunately, the first two leads no value. Mavir has to step it up for the squad if they want to stay alive. And this map on Summit from the top, make it drop. Can he find another? His teammate is able to beat him to it though, as his Sparrow's going to get whipped out as well. And 4 from the back, able to get a triple. Stan finds the double as well with his own bow and arrow. And will be able to find a 3-spree in the process. A full-on break. Brought to you by Zen and the rest of the crew of VIZUALZ Indonesia. 2 more pushes here from the front and the top. There you go. Shotgun, good for Mavir, but front able to get a double buy there for the trade. A bit of a back and forth, and then as we thought that the game would end on this P3, VIZUALZ Indonesia will get denied by the players of Changed World.
Oh, this is the longest 11 seconds ever for VIZUALZ Indonesia here, Warden. How is this going to unfold? We have M4 also in patrol here for P3. The front side, not really very secure here. Tricksters with the War Machine. Or rather with, yeah, here we go. 211 to 239. Again, utter denial here, Warden, for those 11 points.
Oh my God, you might have the lead for the time being, but if you don't, you're not going to be able to get the break here in the next 2 waves. This will be your demise. VIZUALZ Indonesia. They travel on the first. They send out 2 players here towards the back. And all of a sudden, RNG is giving them the best of spawn. And they only need 8 more points to close out the deal. Player 1, Ichikawa, tries to lead in the wave, but will get denied by the numbers. VIZUALZ Indonesia. 2 more players. It doesn't matter. VIZUALZ Indonesia. They seal the deal.
What an opener here, ladies and gentlemen, for VIZUALZ Indonesia. After what seemed to be a crumbling tower yesterday, they start off their hard point with a bang. And it's not an easy one as well to note, Warden. That was one of the closest scores, at least, that we've seen early on today. Okay, I am pumped.
You know me, Pika. It's always about setting the tone early on. Let me know what kind of competition we'll be getting today. And absolutely a perfect one here for Change World and VIZUALZ Indonesia. It was a heated up run, despite the fact that Summit is a bit cold. I mean, I'm sweating here myself, man.
And with no doubt, bro, like that right there was quite a start here for one of our series. Now, VIZUALZ Esports here, Indonesia, as we mentioned a while ago, ladies and gentlemen, they didn't have a more spectacular ending yesterday, but the way they kick things off today, this might be an omen. You know, this might be a premonition.
Oh yeah, I mean, to be honest, I love myself some early projections, and I feel like today is not really the longest there is. I feel like we're not going to be seeing no game 5s rather, but at least a game 4. And one of the series that I'm kind of projecting that will go down to the game 4 is this one here between VIZUALZ Indonesia and Change World. I feel like no one's going to be coming out with a clean slate whatsoever. So VIZUALZ Indonesia, I don't know what kind of game mode they'll be dropping in the midst of the series, but I want them to prove me wrong.
That's true, man. May the angels bless our tongues here. But right now, VIZUALZ Indonesia giving us quite a treat, right? But you know, it's not without any scars, right? Because right here, this was a really well put up fight here on the side of Change World. Let's take a look back at some of the action that went on earlier. Great moments right here, especially for ALUla. This was a bit of a laugh for me, just a bit of a giggle, so to speak, because a while ago I didn't see him actually hold that spot, and it turned out that he failed to do so. Now here we go. Got by, and this particular corner right here with this flank by Fran was just astounding. This was good.
Oh yeah, I mean, everybody had their protocols locked down, man, and it just came down to the point that everybody was playing so good hardpoint. And the only thing that really separated one from another, it was just the gunfights and the operator skills. Until then, both of these teams had really good operators, really good gunfights, and it just went down to the timing. When do you pop those operators? When do you want to take those gunfights? And at the end, it was the squad of VIZUALZ Indonesia that was able to pull away. Granted, our MVP here for the map is no other than Me6 himself, with 44 eliminations in a KDA of 1.22.
Yeah, you're right. You know, a lot of those operator skills will really pave the way for that victory, man. So we're gonna check out how that unfolds a little later on with the rest of our hard points. Beautiful stats right here from Me6. Yesterday, he was also magnificent, bro. He did crazy yesterday. But let's see. Search and Destroy is up, ladies and gentlemen. So we're gonna be slowing things down a little bit. Let's see what game plan, what revert of momentum we're gonna see right here from Change World. They did yesterday, however, go for a clean sweep, Warden, if memory serves.
Oh yeah, truly. And now we take a look at the stat line here. I mean, God gracious. Take a look at this. 45 for the stat of Fran. Me6 on 44, 43 for Fixes. And then on the other side, you got 4 players on a 40 kill game. The only player that's not involved is going to be Bly, but till then, he has 32. I mean, just need more hell time here for the squad of Change World. Until then, they could have gotten this map for themselves.
Absolutely, man. This right here was a good start, man. I'm still a bit fumed from how that went down. Meanwhile, back to the story, ladies and gentlemen. Slums Search and Destroy. Yep, I'm looking at you, buddy. This is, by the way, how we ended yesterday, if I remember correctly. It was a long overtime, right? And it's also VIZUALZ Indonesia, by the way, that went on to lose that set, unfortunately, with a 10-8 scoreline against FREESLOT. So, yeah, maybe yesterday was a sacrificial match. Maybe this is it. This is gonna be their 2.
I don't know about that, but okay. All right, regardless, we'll see how it's gonna go. I mean, we're soon enough gonna be starting off and putting ourselves in this map of slums. Ideally, my hometown. Here we go. Pushing over. First round's going to be opening up. First half, rather. And it's going to be changed here on the defense. Offense we go here for the Indonesians. And they're going to send out 2 players on the cemetery side. Ichikawa wraps around, finds the first veteran friend. Now long gone and does it. But Trickster's there quick for the trade. But the push is still everlasting as player 2 from the backside. Mavier shuts down Tricksters. Looking to get a double as well. Able to get it done. That's they're good for the trade. Vi finds Mystics away. And that's all going to come down to Zen. What can you do in 1v3?
Yeah, he's going to be forced to carry both the Switchblade and the HS0405 because any of these encounters will definitely be detrimental to him. But he can't have one without the other. He has to make sure that should he go for the objective play here, it has to count. Here we go. Is there information right here on the side of Vi? Oh, there it is. Switchblade. Last one standing here. Is he going to be able to do it?
Big shots coming on. Prison by M4 doesn't have to take up the chow. And he does fall, and off the heady he goes. Oh, so close, but he gets so far. Change World able to deny it. They are going to be able to find himself the first round here. Not too shabby of a start. It was a bit sloppy at the end, but hey, able to make it work out.
And just too much firepower there, man, from on the side of Kai having to wield a PKM, so it makes a bit of sense, especially at that range. Here we go. Speaking of PKM, here we go. Kai once again, just making sure that there will be no infiltration on the side. However, he does fall via Fran.
Shotgun onto the hands of Mavier. We all know how dangerous this man can be. Marshall given the perfect time as he goes for the strike. Finds the first. Looking at the second. Zen's going ho. Which play is going to be good? Ichikawa will fall as well. This might just be a pretty quick respawn here for the side of VIZUALZ Indonesia. Not unless Vi and M4 can take the spotlight as he pulls the trigger here. Trickster goes for it. Second shell. Will be able to serve the second to the last elimination and Zen finds the last. That will be VIZUALZ Indonesia definitely here on the board.
Okay, 1-1. As tight as it can get. A bit of a back and forth as we witness. So let's see what the change in plan here, Warden, will be. So again, this is one thing that you said, presumably that this is going to go to a game 4. Keeping my fingers crossed here, buddy.
Now, as we proceed towards this game, and ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a quick listen in here for the side of Change World and VIZUALZ Indonesia. Game started up. Let's see what they have to say about it.
是从那边，然后从那闭门口，
闭门口吗 ？OK。
刚是在闭门口。
我看过点，我看那个 A 过点，不要把那个打。
在。
To get.
我起点。
depan kuburan isi tahan.
Defend the objectives.
Wow. Well, all of a sudden now, Quick Tide's turned. Change World now going to be on the lead once again. Look at this name. Might be direct, but nope. Never mind. Ball's a bit too short. As they go. Post up here on the B main. 2 players extend that out quite aggressively here for the side of Change World. Mavier is in a very perfect spot as well if you can play the timings right. Just a bit of an open side there on hop up. And we'll get well tagged up here in the process out the peak. And now player 1, Ichikawa, will get shut down by Zen. All alone inside of the side. Mavier there for the trade and then the process as well. M4 finds Fran. A bit of a 4v3 situation here. Numbers is advantage for the side of VIZUALZ Indonesia.
And you're right. You know, Mavier has a very, very good sense of positioning at least. He was able to go for a bit of an ambush there. Let's see, Kai still donning the PKM. Do you have any information? Is he going to go alongside this? There we go. A little earlier on the aim. Tricksters has been falling in those certain situations where he's unable to go for those ADSs. Owl and Me6 finds 2. And we're down to the last man standing here on the side of VIZUALZ Indonesia.
Oh my god! Finds the first. Look at player 2 here, not wasting enough time as well. Oh, he knows it's just a sniper that he has to deal with, and he will be able to close out the distance and get the pump directly to the face. And that's going to be Change World here, playing with sheer aggression, by the way. Quite ironically on slums, able to make it work, and they find themselves here at the driver's seat with a double round lead.
Now, you know, if I'm going to use common sense there, Warden, we're being shown that jersey. So does it mean that it's Mavler all this time? Anyways, so maybe so. Thank you for correcting us if that's the case. Fran finds Vi over here. Good shot to begin with. And Mavler, if we're reading that correctly, there goes Owl. And Kai from Change World as well as MW finding a couple of their own. 2v3 here.
They're eliminated.
Yep, maybe there is. Gonna get taken down. Ichikawa finds the double though in the process. Trying to keep the weight of the squad up stake. Now, Zen all alone. Has 7 eliminations. So far, the MVP here for the side of VIZUALZ Indonesia. But can he withstand a situation like this where he has to deal with 2 players? One, Ichikawa, and Kai on the other side. Gathers up, plays together. Makes this route on the mid-map here, but if he does decide to take this chow here on the dumpsters, that's going to be 2 players on the heady. Not really the best of gunfights he might have to take. And now he knows for a fact there's going to be 2 players, so he can definitely drop back. Put the sniper in the process. Whatever you try to do, I mean, it all leads down to a bomb plant here at the end. Time extension will be granted for a moment, but this time around it's going to be ticking in favor for the players of VIZUALZ Indonesia.
Big question mark. Here we go. Clock has winded down. Let's see. The funny thing is, this is more pressure on the side of VIZUALZ, as Warden would say. And a little bit of encounter here. Zen has to hold his ground. It's a little bit of contact, but unable to solidify that information.
Oh, the defusal is on. Ichikawa checks up, shuts him away, and the stick is good for Kai. Change World, man. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't exactly know whose map pick is this. It doesn't seem like it's a VIZUALZ Indonesia pick.
Yeah, absolutely. The momentum right now is completely geared towards Change World side, ladies and gentlemen. Now, here we go. Zen, that was also quite a bit of a detriment to him. Granted that he does not have the numbers advantage. Let's see. Oh, crazy start already. We're down to our 3v3, pardon me, once again.
Very strong one here. Brand finds Ichikawa though. M4. You're scoped in inside of the site, pulls the trigger. Unfortunately, doesn't really lead to any connection. Let's say this is the best situation now here for the side of VIZUALZ Indonesia as Mi6 shuts down Mem4. And it's now going to be Kai here all alone to go for the clutch, but Trickster's good with a PKM. Cutting him all away. Finally a bit of a stopper here in regards to the bleeding.
I like that. Slow but steady. 1 point at a time here, at least on the side of VIZUALZ Indonesia. They did slip a little bit there. Let's see if they're going to be able to recuperate. This is only just 2 rounds away anyway, Warden. So maybe, just maybe, this is a really good turning point. A lot of Team Yellow will be flocking A right now. And because of that, they did lose 4 immediately, Warden. That was I don't know if that was the right call at this point. Now we're left with Tricksters taking a lot of damage in the process.
That's it go, just like that. Change World stopping them so quickly. And this is definitely a bit of a burner here for the side of VIZUALZ Indonesia. And yes, definitely, they're playing on the offense, which is prominently a much harder side to play on in the map of slums. But till then, you can't afford to get dominated like this. But if they can claim this 8th round here for their side, that might be enough, though, for them to withstand as they transition towards the second half right after this one. Quick Search finds another as well. There's going to be 2 players drop already here for Change World.
Oh boy, here we go. Kai falls victim to vehicular accidents, basically, or vehicular manslaughter. Let's see. Mi6. Now we got Bai as well here. A bit of a cat and mouse chase. Uh-oh. Last man standing. Ooh, and just like that, they punch back. Denying the 6 and 2 here, Warden. Okay, wonderful work.
Now it's going to be a pretty heavy weight that you got to carry here on the second half. Going to play this defensive side here into absolute perfection. Not entirely absolute perfection, but more so. To do a little bit more here. And as you start things off here on that first round, big old spray down for Trickster. Able to find a double. But Kai finds Tricksters away. Ishikawa finds Owl. Then from the back, able to get 1 and a double as well. Can he find the triple off the heady side? And the answer is yes. Oh, Dan. Mix the play.
Yo. And he didn't even have to leave his spot, man. He was just able to eliminate all 3 of them just because of the proper timing and angle. Now, you got to appreciate that. 5-4 here, ladies and gentlemen. VIZUALZ Indonesia just 1 round away from tying things up.
This Stakes are high. Another blitz play will be offered here by Change Roll, but Ichikawa this time around taking the spotlight, looking to get a read as well. Here towards one player towards the back. L gets checked out, but it doesn't matter for him. Finds the first, looking to get the second now, but Ichikawa has been able to develop a flank already and will be able to put him down. And it's a 2v1 situation here. Ichikawa finds M6 down, but no. Trickster's there for the trade, good for a 2. He goes, and all of a sudden, with a blink of an eye, the game's set up now here for 5-5.
You can't give Tricksters that mid-range to long-range advantage, guys. You got to make sure that he gets flushed out, unfortunately, because of that PKM. So that's the sweet spot. When Trickster's like in that situation, man, whenever he's in that certain range, he's almost unstoppable. So let's see what kind of adjustments CW is going to be making here, especially now that they do have the objective. Maybe they can set the pace to where they want to.
Now, let's see who can take this lead away. VIZUALZ Indonesia hasn't really felt it ever since the start of this game. Well, on the contrary, though, I mean, they have been living pretty comfortable, sitting pretty. Also, in the last 3 rounds, doesn't really pave into their side, so. As they go. Bit of a wait out here. Lean towards the alpha side. We got a real bit of PKM. Sniper as well. The 3 Tricksters and M6 rightfully posted up. One good push is all it's going to take for a big collapse here for VIZUALZ Indonesia, but at the same time, it's a pretty hard one here, Pico.
It is. It kind of is. The way that I see it. Here we go. Zen already falls down, and that's another player on the side of VIZUALZ Indonesia. This is going to be tough. Now they have all the right to go for the plant here. That's going to be the case. Owls caught sleeping here at the corner. Yep, really messy encounter here, but Mavler emerges on top. Last man standing, M6. It is all up to you.
Uh-oh, finds the first. And the 1v4 now. But maybe it's going to be right around as well, and then double chow will be offered as well. Gets the hit marker, but the trade's good for Kai. 65, Change World, still denying the experience to lie over to the squad of VIZUALZ Indonesia in regards to feeling that lead, because we haven't seen the lead at all for the side of VIZUALZ, not just
yet. Honestly, yes. This is going to be an uphill battle for them, honestly. Even I right now, as we speak, Warden, I'm thinking of what they should be changing here. But as you said, there hasn't been a significant lead on the side of VIZUALZ Indonesia. It means that this entire time, all they've been doing is band-aid solutions.
Oh my god, Dan finds a double. Kai Ichikawa now gone. They got themselves here just on the back lines. Trying to find some sense of life, but maybe and by gets shut down simultaneously. And that's going to be M4 here with Scopes all alone in this 1v5. Finds the first. Friends out. If you're on the side of VIZUALZ, you don't gotta do too much. Oh, Tricksters will fall as well. Player 2 Zen able to make a push already down on statues, and the pinch will be offered as well. Fortunately for you, sir, see you on the next round. VIZUALZ Indonesia, they strike again.
I gotta give credit to M4 as well, man. Those were fantastic shots. So now 6-6. Still not a big lead to boast. Still tied up. This is gonna be one heck of a slums match here, ladies and gentlemen.
Watch out!
There we go. Will be a pretty quick striker on Alpha. They send out one player as well on a mid-map. That's going to be Mavier. Unfortunately, does get taken down. Ooh. Alpha finds the M4 away from the back. A bit of a wrap as well here. Offered a bit of players to Change World. And now the sides are now flipped apart. It's the players of VIZUALZ coming from the offensive side. Defense, we go here for Change World. You got 2 players here on the side, inside of the side. As he goes down for the spray, he finds the first buy there for the trade. Now it's going to be Al here looking to get the clutch here for their side. There's a shotgun on hand. Does he know that one player is just going to be right around? He pulls the trigger, gets spotted now. And off the heady he goes. One more bullet to connect, but he's not really taking up the chow. I don't exactly know what was the train of thought there, Al. He could have just healed up, but hey, it is what it is. It's going to be Change World here, retaining back the lead.
Yeah, I hope what you said there, Warden. I think that was a very, very risky decision to actually abandon that spot. Granted that he did take a good amount of grazing. Oh, intense. Anyways, 7-6. Big question mark. I hope that they do not crumble under the pressure here. They are still doing what they can. However, Owls, that was a very questionable call. Here we go, though. Fran takes a couple, and I'd say Ichikawa returned the favor.
It's going to be fine. M4 as well here through the smoke by Noset and gets out movement by M6. F4 now all alone. Whips out the GS to get the first. That's going to be right across. Trickster's there on the heady side, and we'll put him down. 7 for 7, baby. This looked to be the game that we were able to witness on last night's run, man. No way we get to see a quote-unquote back-to-back Lumps overtime run.
Yeah. You know, you're right. You see, again, exclamation point right there on the side of Tricks. There's you cannot allow him to be in that lethal zone. He really does have this PKM on lock. This is basically a part of his body at this point.
Tricksters bring down through. Finds Mavier out already. Oh my god, what a shot. And Me6 through the wall finds M4 out as well. Now all of a sudden the light starts to shine bright here for the squad of VIZUALZ Indonesia. Kai able to find a bit of a momentary lead here for the squad, but no, never mind. Kai's now going to be all alone. 1v4 situation. One last elimination, and that will be it. Match point for the side of VIZUALZ Indonesia.
Oh, from the darkness, ladies and gentlemen. A while ago, it really wasn't looking very, very hopeful here on the side of VIZUALZ Indonesia. But just like that, you know, they're able to pull themselves out of the abyss. 18, by the way, Warden. 18 eliminations on the side of Zen. So not far behind, we have Ichikawa. Multi-MVP as well, if we can add that. Trix has been getting a lot of reward from this spot right here. But if you notice, he did choose to be a little bit closer.
Ooh! Shot here for Kai. Takes away Tricksters now. That will be the first step for you to force it to overtime. Got us out of VIZUALZ Indonesia. You don't gotta do too much now. Wait for the push to happen. Hold your angles right. Strike at the best time. You're down by the numbers here. Can't afford to get too frisky anymore. What lies next is going to be the heavy push that's bound to happen here on this alpha side, or it could be a quick diversion as well on Bravo. Regardless, there's going to be two players you got to worry about. It's going to be player 3 and 1, Fran and Al here for Zed VIZUALZ and Ninja on alpha. Put in Me6 as well up on the crosses. Player 2 Zen trying to develop a push now here on the garages. He does get spotted out, but Zen still wins the gunfight. Same goes for Fran. Mavier, M4 gets dropped, and all of a sudden the tides is now turned once again, Hokika. It will be in a numbers advantage here for the set of VIZUALZ Indonesia, but Kai shuts Me6 away. Al's no for a fact. He's just right around the Humvees. We'll put him down as well. A bit of a 1v1 fight here right across the other side of this map. It's going to be Zen up against Ichikawa, but Zen knows for a fact he doesn't have to take up the fight. He backs away. Bombs drop as well. Change world. This might just be their demise.
It just might be, Warden, and I'm actually looking at whoever is going to be willing to pick up that PKM on the side of Change World. Look at what's going on right now. Still a lot of rounds raining here on the side. Yep. Oh, no, never mind. Ladies and gentlemen, with a bit of prolonging right there, it still belonged to VIZUALZ Indonesia. This is their 2-0.
Yeah, and that was just a lot of awful mistakes here for the side of Change World. It was looking pretty great for them, especially when it came down to playing down on the defensive side. But going back to offense, I mean, this has been like what, a pretty prominent struggle for a lot of these teams where they just struggle whether what kind of tempo they want to play, what kind of pacing they want to play. And for the most part, I mean, they did try to play it slowly and steadily, sometimes a bit quicker as well. But unfortunately, they could just never find a means to win those breakoffs.
And I feel also, Warden, to add to that, there were individual mistakes, right, from the members, not just entirely as a group, if so to speak, but they had some questionable calls, as we mentioned, or at least in certain scenarios. Nevertheless, VIZUALZ Esports, they're able to close this out with authority, and they're just literally one hop away from walking away from this first series with all their wins. Let's take a look back at some of the highlights here of what happened earlier. Mavler, and I believe, if my count is correct, we've already seen a 20 on the side of Zen.
Yeah, man, I mean, that was just, you know, and to be honest with you, I was kind of projecting SKAERI to go to the side of Change World, hence why I projected a 3-1. For Dan to lose this one already, this might just be a quick one here for the side of, let's just say VIZUALZ Indonesia. I mean, them on control, arguably one of the best ones one of the best ones they can offer, rather, not really the best ones I've seen. So Change World, I mean, they have a really strong stand in regards to playing hard point, search and strength control as well. It's just that they could never find a final adjustment to close out the deal, bro.
Yeah, that's true, man. Because again, they were already on the right track for some reason. I don't know what happened. It's just probably, once again, it could be the pressure. I mean, we're gonna talk about the perspective of a player here. But at the same time, I think that VIZUALZ were also just at the right place at the right time.
And as they do go coming through here, I mean, take a look at the spotlight, man. You got to see it. I mean, it was like what, a double, triple round lead for the side of Change World. Bit of a stutter there, but it's just so unfortunate that how strong they were on the defensive side weren't really able to transition on defense. And if ever they can work things out, especially when it comes down to their execution, not only the map flumps, by the way, alongside other S&Ds terrains, and maybe till then we could see them pop off. But for the time being, though, our MVP is going to be no other than Zen here with 20 eliminations and a KDA of 2.0, bro.
Yeah, just as what I said, folks. Here we go. Couple decade frags over here on the side of Zen. So, and again, you're right. I feel, Warden, that it was the switch that really kind of did put them off. The end of it all, that's the nature of search and destroy, folks. You gotta adjust. So let's see how this is gonna unfold as we head on over to our map of control, potentially the last map of the series, if nothing changes on the side of Change World. Here we go. Ishikawa, respectively, the MVP on their side as well.
I mean, Ishikawa is always that player from the side of Change World that has been shining, by the way. I mean, when you talk about Change World, you always gotta mention the core of Kai, Mavier, by alongside M4. And to be honest with you, it has been a pretty finicky ride here for Change World. But ever since Ishikawa came along, they got a bit more convincing. Ishikawa's influence is definitely going to be needed now here on this map 3 as we move along in the standoff control.
Now here we go. This is the supposedly, ladies and gentlemen, the tide turning a map here, at least for the side of, honestly, for Change World. Let's see. I know for a fact that they're gonna try to pick themselves up a little bit here. And look at that, how serious right now. At least the rest of Change World is. They had to do everything that they needed to a while ago, and I gotta give props once again to M4. Really wonderful snipes that I saw earlier, albeit unable to close the entire match completely, but it is still some moments that's worth talking about. So for those of you in the comment section, give him some love, right? We know how it goes. This is gonna be tough for Change World, but again, never say never.
Never say never. Okay, bro. Okay, let's talk about keys to victory here, man. For the side of Change World, Mavier and Ishikawa, those players are going to be pretty much needed to be reliable, especially when it comes down to CQPs. Mavier out the shotgun, Ishikawa on the SMG. Absolute perfect duo in regards to closing out the distance. Bai and Kai got to step it up for sure in regards to playing the long-range gunfights, but hey, we'll see about it for the side of fixtures. I mean, and the rest of the crew here for VIZUALZ Indonesia. Me6 off the scopes. You got Zen and Al. We're not going to be seeing no shotguns whatsoever, so it's going to be 3 subs, 1 AR, and 1 sniper. And they do initially win the break off here. VIZUALZ Indonesia here now offering a lot of map control in this map and sound control.
Well, let's not forget as well, Kai right now donning that PKM, man. I believe that first shot actually came from Kai. Here we go. Already getting a couple of eliminations here. You know, from this perspective, ladies and gentlemen, we see how these players, especially on the side of VIZUALZ in Indonesia, they're really clustered near each other. They got to make sure that honestly, that these frags count, because they only have a limit to how many respawns they have. Look at that. 24-19. Exactly what I was talking about. A bit of retribution here on the side of Change World, but that's not going to be enough, Gordon. We're seeing some capture here on the Bravo side. Moving fast, by the way. So you can really tell that the players are gunning for this objective.
Now, Change World definitely will be able to get a capture here on Bravo, at least for this first segment here. But the squad of VIZUALZ Indonesia, they're pretty much unfazed, bro. They're down to settle down the spawn trap here. They got 2 players here under the custody. That's going to be Mavier alongside Bai. So no shotguns, no marksmen whatsoever. Will be staying alive. And they put in another player into the mixer as well. It's going to be Al here wrapping around, able to get his 5th, and the 6th rather. And just like that, it will be the squad of VIZUALZ Indonesia here, doubling down the life count here for their side.
And adding a minute to the clock via Bravo. Here we go. Let's see if Alpha's also going to be seized here. Wonderful shot inside of Me6. Tricksters with a nade elimination as well. 17-1. This is not... yep, there it is. This is a very unsolvable situation on the side of Change World. VIZUALZ Indonesia gets their first round.
Yeah, kind of gonna be pretty strong start here for the VZUALZ Indonesia. I mean, Change World had the better intention in regards to playing the objective, but unfortunately for them, they just couldn't find a means to get away from the spawn trap that the players of VZUALZ Indonesia was able to offer. And now we start things off here. This time around, it's gonna be VZUALZ here on the offense. The initial break off here, a bit of 50-50, but on the mid map, a bit of a stride here for both of these squads. Until then, no one's really breaking loose as of this moment.
Yeah, not really, but here we go. But there's a bit of a life lead here on the side of Change World. Let's see if they can grasp on or hang around for that for a little bit. Up, yeah, it looks like the case here, Warden. They're up by 4 so far, but no signs of any objective play just yet.
Nah, 24-22. Change World here. M4 has been trying so much to carry the weight of the squad, already on 8 elimination singles for the side of Kai as well. On the other side, then on 10. Working towards it as well. A bit of a closer round this time here for the side of VZUALZ Indonesia and Change World. No one's really breaking loose as of this moment, but now we do get the CD Operas comes out. 2 for the side of Zen. Me6 here on the hunt as well with a claw. Really have a lot of opportunities. Finds 1 in the second as well. Able to get a confirmation on the second. Now Equalizer is going to be rocking the board as well here for the side of Al. And all of a sudden, they do break away from the lives of Change World.
Oh, that is sad, man. That lead just dissipated, man. In a jiff. Here we go, 13-9, and we're only left with less than 30 seconds to work with. Neither objectives have already been seized here, but I think at this point there's really no need for VIZUALZ Indonesia to go hasty. They just gotta wind the clock down here and eliminate, or at least try to, with the remainder of Change World. We have 10 versus 5 here, Warden. Very tough. Make that 4.
Actually done here for them. 4 life remaining, but do know they need to go for a capture here if they want to stay alive inside of this round, and they got this whole A lane for themselves. Last 2 players as well. Do they go for the gamble and try to rush them all away? And the answer is the latter. They want to play with brute force, sheer aggression, and that will be them able to claim the second to the last round that they need to close out the series here, Pika. We're about to go for a clean run here for VIZUALZ Indonesia.
At most, they're going to be needing 3 minutes of this, Warden. 3 solid minutes for them to walk away with a 3-0 as well. Let's see if VIZUALZ Indonesia are going to be playing solidly here once again. Smooth sailing. There we go. First blood drawn already by Me6. Al with the follow-through. And once again, Warden, I don't know what is going on with Change World right now, but that momentum that they should have had earlier with that life lead, it just evaporated.
Well, definitely. I mean, if you don't know what they're trying to, we're up to. I mean, I'm dying to hear what they got to say about their game because, well, I can guarantee for sure the comms are going to be loud and hot. Let's take a listen into their registered communications.
Oh ya, 好像有一只。
Ada bilang. Ada lagi. Kawan. Anjing.
Gue liatin traktornya.
Nenek ya. Ada traktor 2. Di traktor 2.
Dua lagi traktornya.
A very familiar scene that we're seeing here, Warden. 17-12, and we're down to less than 20 seconds. Should this be the end of Change World, then I don't know. This is going to be a very painful first series for them.
It might rightfully be so. To get to see 10 life remaining, 15% of VIZUALZ Indonesia. 8 now here for Change World. Me6 and Zen finds Mavir and Ichikawa away. Ichikawa finds one off the initial spawn trap there. But you gotta do so much. It's either a capture or the life count that will deplete them apart. 2 operators out here for each, and Me6 though alongside. I will get dropped. Ichikawa is going to be on the prowl alongside M4 now with a Tempest and an Equalizer on the board. But till then, they're going to play this one into absolute perfection. A bit of a contention here on Bravo that will be enough for them to be able to get the time extension needed. And all of a sudden, now they're only going to be needing to deal with 2 more lives here to get this all equalized. But Al whips out the Equalizer, finds the first, can't get the second. Brand will absolutely do so though. And it's all going to come down to M4 to make the clutch as Mr. Well, the whole team is just going to be collapsing. Onto the B control point, pops the Predator missile, finds a double kill. It's a 1v3 situation, but Tricksters will waste no time to shut him down. VIZUALZ Indonesia will get a clean slate to start things off here for the broadcast.
Oh, yesterday was indeed avenged, ladies and gentlemen, for VIZUALZ Esports Indonesia right here. Wonderful showing, not giving a single round in that match of control. So once again, Warden, omens exist. That yesterday could have been a sacrificial set. Now VIZUALZ Esports is back on the road.
Wow. Well, that is going to be, first of all, my first prediction wrong here. It's always the first. It's always the first series, man, and it's always with Change World. I swear. The moment where I predict that maybe Change World's gonna win, a map or two, is the time that they don't win anything.
Well, it is a very sad turn there, Warden. You know what that means? This is actually the third straight control that CW, or rather, at least for in this situation right here, that CW or never mind. Actually, let me rephrase that. This is another control that VIZUALZ Esports was able to win, because I remember that yesterday they did actually win their control as well in authoritative fashion, if I can say so myself. But again, looking back at the action here, ladies and gentlemen, it was a bit bloody here on the side of Change World. They did have a lead, especially in round number 2. I don't know what happened, Warden. It is just a bit of an arbitrary round, if so to speak.
And they had the lead on Search and Destroy as well, and I don't exactly know what happened. You got the lead on Hardpoint Summit. I don't exactly know what happened as well. It's definitely not really their world here as of today's broadcast, and it's just kind of unfortunate. It's your last day, man. You got to make the most out of it. But hey, things has, let's just say, things happened, and you can't do anything about it anymore. You got to move on to the next. Now we take a look at the MVP of this control run. It's going to be Yusur Me6 here with 20 eliminations in the KDA of 2.86.
Oh boy. And that was just a little too much, in my opinion. Too much force to deal with here on the side of Change World. Like two matches down, and with control, the way that it was really unfolding, 2 rounds in, one of the momentum shifters supposedly just thrown out the window. It was really bound to happen. It was already predestined by the way that it looks. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, VIZUALZ Esports, that's them for you. Let's see how this is going to shake up the charts a little bit later.
Yeah. Well, something's up here on the control standoff. I was going to be able to get the most impact. Actually, no, never mind. It's going to be Me6 here with 168,
right.
20, and 7, by the way. And, well, no questions why he was an MVP. M4 and Kai, they tried their hardest, man, in regards to keeping the team up alive, but they needed Mavier alongside Ichikawa to really perform to their maximum capabilities, and unfortunately, it didn't really shine through in the map with stand of control. What happened with Mavier? He was just stuck in a spawn trap. Well, Ichikawa wasn't really winning gunfights that he's notoriously known for from the last few days of this group stage.
Yeah, man. And I saw it myself. So it's probably one of those dimmer days. We can't have all rainbows and butterflies all the time. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, VIZUALZ Esports convincing 3-0. Let's see who the series MVP is in just a bit. So that's all she wrote for our first series here, Warden. We still got a long ways to go here, folks, for our final day. So please do stick around.
VIZUALZ Indonesia, man. I mean, this whole squad, probably known what Indra, some players from ABC. It's definitely an uber lineup. It's just so unfortunate that we haven't really squeezed out the most capabilities that this team has been able to offer. But now we take a look at the initial stat line here in the third MVP. It is no other than Me6 himself with 74 eliminations and a KDA of 1.35. You can always rely on this guy, especially when it comes down to, well, running down the scopes and the AR for the squads.
Me6, man, the guy does not fail. He also had a bunch of MVPs in the previous days, ladies and gentlemen, so this comes as no surprise. Let's see how much, honestly, how much more improvement they're going to go beyond this. So far, as we did promise, there's going to be a bit, oh, there we go, probably a bit of a shakeup here from our group stage standings.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be them still having their second series win. Yep. VIZUALZ SKAERI, on the contrary, is, let's just say, right around there. But, for the side of FREESLOT, I mean, they got to win against rivals later on. And I don't know how to feel about this. And, speaking about rivals and FREESLOT. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys don't know, they will be our next matchup here in FREESLOT. They want to retain this whole initial run for the playoffs. They got to win against Rivals.
Easier said than done here, folks. There is a reason that Rivals is where they are, ladies and gentlemen. So we're gonna be holding you to that. But meanwhile, if you did miss our scoreline a while ago, it is once again a kickoff with 3-0 today in favor of VIZUALZ Esports.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, to sum things up here for our first series for today, we still got 3 more to go. And if you guys are tuning in, this is the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2026 Garena Qualifiers, the last day of the group stage. And if you guys want to see more action here that will be happening in this said region for stage 4, well, better make sure you guys will be following us all across our social media once again, be it from YouTube, TikTok, or Facebook, because we'll be having the playoffs that will be deciding who will be our representatives in Garena for the World Championship that will be happening in Mexico at the 4th to the 6th of this year's December.
Oh boy, that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is something to look forward to. I guarantee it. But for the time being, we're going to catch our breath, and so should you. We're going to go to a quick break. Big Ed Warden here. We'll be right back.
No, not just yet.
No, not yet.
Just a little bit.
Okay. All right.
yet.
Yeah.
Oh.
We're just waiting for mission control. Yeah.
Not yet. Not yet.
All right. We got to calm down. Yeah. Here we go.
Hey, first series bloopers here and there, man. It's always the first series that kind of gets us, head nodding just a little bit. But overall, it is now time for the actual break itself. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are watching the Garena Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2026 Garena Qualifiers. We'll be right back after this break. Oh, my bad, geez. I did kind of hit the hot button there for the time being, but once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show here for our Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2016 Garena Qualifiers. It is Warden and Pika still slaying out the mic here for this broadcast itself, and we're moving over to a bit of an important one here, not necessarily for rivals, but more so here for the set of FREESLOT. If they do win a series, they might just be able to fully solidify themselves here for the playoffs.
And let's go back a few hours back, Warden, where FREESLOT actually barely made it out of their match last night against VIZUALZ Indonesia, who did actually win their first set today without a single dropped series. So that's a beautiful sight to behold. Let's see how this is going to unfold. They're going to have their hands full today. I'm not going to lie here, Warden. But that's just statistically speaking. We're going to keep an open mind here. Warden, as he said earlier, is always the first set that he gets wrong. So maybe this time around, his prediction will actually fall into place. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, overall here, we kind of laid down the cards in regards to how can FREESLOT actually make it towards the playoffs. And they need 2 maps at least up against rivals. And now when you're up against a squad of rivals, you want to take 2 maps away from them. You got to make sure you want to force a game number 5. Because there's absolutely, I don't think any way whatsoever rivals going to allow you to win a series.
Kind of a tall order as usual, and there's a big reason why they are still where they are here, ladies and gentlemen. Look at rival Esports, stuck with the 4 series wins, and that might change. And again, no jinxing here whatsoever, but FREESLOT, as Warden mentioned, a bit of pressure on their side.
You can see, I mean, overall the stat line would say it does seem like in some way the VIZUALZ SKAERI is, you know, at the number 6 spot. And you know, what are you talking about, Warden? You know, how is it possible that VIZUALZ SKAERI will make it to the playoffs? Well,
right,
later on for today's run, it will be up against ASAP, which, as you guys get to see, they have no serious wins whatsoever. They haven't really gotten a convincing run. I mean, the game that was definitely hyped up was, you know, tackled by me and Jericho during one of the days there on the group stage as well, and it was them up against Change World. It went down to a game 5. I don't think it's necessarily going to be happening though against VIZUALZ SKAERI. Hence why FREESLOT, if they want to have the safety net, they gotta make sure they want to force at least 2 maps for their side.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna be completely real here. From day 1 onwards, they have been on a massive lose streak. So ASAP right there. Hopefully, I do get blessed with my remarks for ASAP, but they better not be fooled for the remaining matches they have with VIZUALZ SKAERI. Meanwhile, going back, Summit to begin with, our hard point here, folks. We're gonna head to Fire Mage for our Search and Destroy, and Raid as usual for that control. So Warden, yep. I was definitely gonna bring that up, man. It is it is one of those nightmarish moments again, so to speak.
Yeah, at least for one squad here though, but for me, this is glamorous. I mean, you have the El Clasico for each and every game mode. The Classic Summit, the Classic Fire Range, and the Classic Raid for each of their respective game mode as well. So hey, let's run it down already. We do have the player cams here. Just wait for the time being. But what am I seeing here, bro? We got Hydra on the board.
Yep, a bit of a... I was second guessing my eyes in there for a moment. But then again, it's like our man is available, and you know, Yato, thank you for the side of the R1 and the back, if that is the breed that we're looking at. Wonderful. I do get distracted with animals. I have to acknowledge that. Anyways, it's really good to see Hydra here, and more so with Hardpoint here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, this is gonna be a treat for them. Here we go. And as Mission Control gave us the heads up, we are about to head straight to the game. Rival Esports versus FREESLOT. Let's hit it.
Welcome back, first generation Sentry Turret Hydra, man. It's been a while. To start things off here, it is going to be him replacing Josh for the time being, and it's going to be wielding this Bout 27. To be honest, bro, the last time I saw Hydra, it was falling down the chopper. I'm just kidding. That goes way back. But initially here at the start, it's going to be Rival Esports here with a goal all typical initial dominant break off.
A couple of shots right there from AG. We're going to take a good look at that perspective. And the win here, however, returns the favor a little bit with the HSO 405. 13-4. Still looking pretty dominant here on the side of Rivals. Clock's ticking quite fast, though, on the side of FREESLOT. Man, okay, they're not doing too bad here.
Yeah, not too bad, not too shabby. Anowin here will be able to find a free spree as well. And mind you, in regards to the last 2 days here for the side of FREESLOT, Anowin on the shotgun, absolutely perfect. And he has been able to win a lot of those crucial moments here for the squad, especially when it comes down to respawns. But the question is, though, can the rest of the squad carry their own weight? And the answer is yes, sir, here for the first hill.
Oh, you know, I'm also going to put it out there, man. Despite all such performances, I'm looking for his first MVP for the group stage. Anowin apparently has not had one yet. So here we go. 29-13, opening up hardpoint number 2. AG already has second floor control. It is going to be a bit blue in the beginning, but good retake immediately here by FREESLOT.
Gonna be rivals here on the trail. AG definitely trying to clear the pack so far. 14 eliminations here, able to dominate everybody else in regards to the stat line. Now the War Machine is gonna be coming out here. Finds Anowin S7G, make it C1 as well. Good for a 3-piece nugget here for the side of AG. Thought was gonna go for an extension. Finds the fort as well, off his wave, off his life count, and that will be suffice here for the rest of the crew of rivals to put themselves directly inside of the hard point.
Now, this is a very fun third place versus fourth place that we're seeing so far here. Good back and forth between these teams. AG once again up top. Let's see how many more he can find. Up, but does get picked off by C1. 31-44 here. Not very far off for rivals to catch up. We're going to see hardpoint number 3 open up in just a bit. Yato already has the Tempest locked and loaded.
Dude, AG, man, I don't know what you're on, but might be looking like the next Philip, like he's like the Filipino Lucas at this point. Already on 21, still not stopping at all. Consistent as he is, finds the 22nd as well. And now you get to see the squad of FREESLOT. They got 5 operators here, well ready to be invested. Question is though, can they find the opportunity and the placement to weld this one out? As Shibby pops the Sparrow here towards the back, finds the first, looking to get the second as well against Kato. He will get shut down in the process, but now 10 lies next. Here he goes for the extension here on his man map, backs away as well, plays for his time instead. As we get to see now, pushing through, can he get the first? The answer is no, and a full wave will be offered here by the side of FREESLOT here coming from the front side.
Now, that was a bit tragic right there for that spray off of the equalizer. However, let's get back to the action. Rivals still up by about 9 points and counting here. However, FREESLOT, we got C1 on patrol here on the outside. Let's see. Already at the 60 point mark here, and left him an empty hardpoint unusually. Here we go. Up, the claw gets denied before he can finish off the rest of the ammo.
Nicely done here. Nice recovery for side of FREESLOT. Now able to find himself here in the lead in regards to the transition as well from the speed feed now towards the fourth. And as they go, AG plays off the COD, finds S7G right across, but 2 more players to worry about here from the front and the back. And just like that, now it's going to be the whole squad of FREESLOT here looking to trample and scramble across this mid snow. But AG finds a triple once again off his War Machine. Gets the read that there's going to be 2 more players to worry about on snow, and he's going to be able to get a full 5 wipe here off his operator.
That is insane. 31 eliminations already on the side of AG, and still has the Pred missile right there at his disposal. About to use it though. Good for 1. Great job right here from AG. Again, this is the turning point right here, supposedly, or at least a very solidified money hill here on the side of rival.
Yep. UMP system now going to be available here for the set of 80 to pop as well, but doesn't really need to in this moment in time. 1 more player to worry about. It's going to be SMG getting taken down. And that will be another clean wipe here for the rest of the crew here for the side of rivals. Still sub 10 seconds remaining. One from the back and the front here will begin for the side of FREESLOT for the scrap time, and they'll get denied for the entirety of it. Nice full 60 for the squad of rivals.
119-73, just like that, folks. You blink and you'd miss that change of momentum and the change of pace. Now let's see AG already stepping into the hard point for that initial, for that initial touch. We're gonna get a good solid minute here, man, by the looks of this. AG is unstoppable, as you said, Warden. He's approaching 40.
Solid look here for 10 as well. Breaks down, good for 3 out of his equalizer. Yato pops a Tempest. Looking to find his value here from the top. He's able to find a triple for his own as well, and 10 still not stopping at all. Oh, now 5 is free for 10. Wow.
This is so unreal, bro. Okay, here we go. S7G just manages to infiltrate the first hard point for us a few seconds right there until he gets taken out by Yato. 150-73, 20 seconds left to go. Okay, I was wrong in saying that this is a whole minute, but my goodness, the amount of points that rivals got from this rotation of P1.
160 to 73 now. 10 seconds remaining here for the side of FREESLOT and Rivals to fight this one out here for the scraps. Now in transition towards the next hill as well. You got AG and 10 having the Predator missile and that Hunter Killer drone and that EMP system to work with. They got every utilities that they need to close out this game in the next 2 hard points.
And look at all those yellow boxes on the side of Rivals, ladies and gentlemen. You know what that means? They're going to have a lot, and I mean a lot of advantages in the coming hard points. Rivals already stepping inside P2 here. A bit of rotation from Tin. And Warden, let's see what's going to happen.
Yep, let's have a listen in now here for the squad of Rivals and FREESLOT here for the communication.
May EMP pa ako. May EMP pa ako.
Basement, isa basement. Dead barrels.
Hardpoint lost.
Point.
Tanga na si Dom.
Dito si Dom. Con, one hit.
Con piso.
Dead gun.
Tapon to lang.
Ito.
Uy. Saan? Sige, pop yun. May...
Hardpoint is ours.
Oo, tang. Yung ah.
Bunta.
Hostile Predator missile inbound. Hardpoint locked.
And as they go, Rivals only needs 4 more pointers to get this 100-point mark. And now as they win the transition as well towards the next hill, Claw's going to be out here for Ida. Good for 2, 22 kills to himself as well. Not really brightest here, but you don't really need to do too much when you got AG10, Riotto, and JB just slaying it out here for the squad. But now the players for FREESLOT finding a bit of a silver lining here on Speed 3.
Yeah, a bit loose right here, at least for FREESLOT. They're going to want to get this 200, rather the 100-point mark here. Just shorten the pain for a little bit. 101 and accounting. So, yep, good investments right here for the operator skills. Let's see how long they can squeeze out or they can stay here within P3. Rest assured right here that Rivals, they're not going to be a little too uncomfortable even with the small chase FREESLOT is trying to go for.
One more wave here to invest in. And that's going to be scrap time here. Well fought for by both of these squads, but the bulk of the numbers lies upon the place of FREESLOT, and as they go, one good break is all that they need here to put themselves back on track once again. As the players from Rivals here rightfully posted up here onto new. Got player 5 Hydra here on C-Dom. 3 operators out already, and they win the first 3 lives here off this wave. Watch them all the way. Yato on the hunt, on the prowl. They're on the snow side alongside 10 as well here on down mid-map. And as they go for the extension. They flip off the spawns as well. Now it's going to be 220 to 125. This might just be the end here for the players from FREESLOT.
Oh, very close as well there for Yato, man. Just to go back to that small detail, he nearly got grazed off of that spot. 230 to 125 as we speak. Tin still in patrol here. This is amazing. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as Warden would say, the end is probably near. Oh my goodness, failed attempt right there on the side of S7G. Are we gonna see any? Honestly, not at all, man. There we go, burned.
Yeah, not at all. 2 points remaining. That will be it here. Rivals should be able to seal the deal here in the Speed 4. 250 to 125. Pretty much chopped the whole scoreline here for the side of FREESLOT. And that will be the first map set done here on series number 2. Rivals, they take the lead. That's a nice fish, by the way.
Well, that's what I was mentioning earlier. Beautiful background right there on the side of Yato. Haters will say it's AI, but going back right to it, ladies and gentlemen, beautiful scoreline right here. 2 kickoff by Rivals Esports. And side note, man, Hydra, of course, being back in the mix. This right here is just so refreshing to see, ladies and gentlemen. Gotta love it. Now, honestly, Warden, it was that big drop of momentum a while ago. And I feel that right there is really such an avalanche for the opposition to deal with. Rival Esports capitalized perfectly.
And to be honest with you, man, I didn't really feel any sense of momentum whatsoever here for the squad of FREESLOT. I mean, it was just all Rivals all throughout the day. Definitely the map was something hard point. And, well, that's what you got to pay. You know, the price you got to pay if you want to take a gamble and fight the means of the nature of the squad of Rival Esports here in this map is something hard point. I mean, they started off pretty strongly here for the side of FREESLOT, but once, you know, late P2 came around, early transition P3, it was full-blown money hills along for like the next 4-5 hills from that point on forward.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I was saying as well, man. Like they did have a little bit, you know, should that even be called momentum? Right? Then whatever it is, that small glimmer of hope, it just disappeared immediately as soon as Rival Esports found their footing. They were already walking on, honestly, in a yellow brick road at this point.
Yeah, truly. Now, I mean, you know, there was a lot of misplaced operators here for sure for side of FREESLOT that kind of bit them down quite well. And, you know, unfortunately for them, unlike the likeliness of, you know, the squad of Rival Esports here, you had Ken sling it out, getting around 40 eliminations. Got AG as well there, around 40 plus or 50 plus. I mean, we'll definitely have to see the tally later on, but regardless, there was definitely two prominent players that was just slaying out for the side of Rivals, and that's exactly more than enough, you know, to map is on my hard point.
Absolutely, man. And look at this. A while ago, I was really just spilling out some words, and all of a sudden it was already there. It was already GG's. I was actually going to assume that AG was going to have 60, but we're pretty close here with 57 eliminations, 3.0 KDA, granting him that match MVP on the side of Rivals.
G to the G's, well played. Well, AG on a 3.0 KDA and a game of hardpoint. Ooh, I mean, we did see one KDA that kind of went similar to this. Instead of 3.0, it was 30, and that was a ace that one at rate control where he got the nuke.
Oh yeah, you're right. So here we go, 250 to 125, a perfect 100% differential here between these two teams. 50% if we're going to look at it from the perspective of Rivals. But ladies and gentlemen, again, it really was AG who was the standout factor for this hardpoint. Remember, we saw it. It was very early on. He was already racking up eliminations left and right. And who's to say that he's not going to be the MVP? Meanwhile, as Warden said, we're going to head straight to the El Clasico of Search and Destroy here. Firing range.
Ooh. Since we're not going to be having Josh here, can we see Hydra wielded scopes? And does the man still have it? Is the question. Up against FREESLOT, I'm not too certain, but I feel like in some way this is still going to be predominated by the players of Rival Esports. It's a matter of questioning how dominant can Rival Esports be. As now we're going to be loading inside this game. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back and welcome to the show if you guys are just tuning in. This is going to be the second series here for today, Rival Esports and FREESLOT here, and you can see already Rivals here starting off strongly on this round due to AG's double kill. Finds second and a win away as SMG finds 10. The numbers advantage here for the side of Rival Esports.
Yeah, I'm going to say it out now. I think Hydra still has it, man. We just got to see more significant frags moving forward. He's very confident starting things off with a sniper already. Here we go. S7G though. Substantial frag on their side, taking out Tin, and has the objective. This is going to be a while before they even attempt to go for that plant.
I dropped the scope! Still has it, baby! Finds the first from inside. But it pushed out there on the mid-map. Hydra takes from the Chow. Unfortunately, walks into the crosshairs of S7G. And now it's a 2v2 situation. Definitely can get the spawn plan. It's all going to come down to Yato and Jibby. An SMG alongside an LMG to work with. Jibby's going to be hitting it down here from the long route from the back, but he's able to slip by. Oh, the timing. This is going to hurt badly for C1. Does get taken down. SMG's going to be right around as well. Posted up here rightfully on the entryway. It takes up the challenge. Jibby will shut him down. Good old retake. All due to Jibby. Rivals finds the first round.
And more importantly, man, again, we got to give the round to Rivals right there. Once again, more importantly, Hydra with a phenomenal shot to prove that, yes, I still have that trigger finger on me, man. Like, beautiful. So let's see. Moving forward.
And the objective.
Again, he's as stoic as they get. I remember this. The man does not smile.
Back in my days, that's the vibe that Hydra's giving right now. But hey, AG finds the first. Yato gets the second as well. Kato there for the trade. Finds Yato away. Looking to get another swell. Finds, well, Hydra there on the American side. Thailand. Oh, Kato finds Hydra down, but Tin's quick with it as well for another trade off battle. Good for a 2. Now, C1, 30. What can you find? Jimmy's going to take that aggressive, confident push to shut him all away. And it's now going to be Rivals now here up by 2 rounds in his map fire range.
You know, I gotta say, Warden, it's 2 times in a row now that C1 was at the right place at the wrong time. It's just really impeccable timing that's been getting him. That's pretty sad. Granted, we do have a lot of faith in how C1 really performs. Hydra, just to go for a bit of heavy scoping in that mid. Goes for that reposition.
Bit of a stall here for this round. They're looking to send a few players here directly towards jungle. Jato's going to be rotating towards that. Snipers here for COD. Which, to be honest, man, I mean, in regards to COD sniping, it's definitely one of the more aggressive type. And if you put it on the right time, you can definitely pop off. But on the other side of this map here, Yato finds S7G. C1 looking to get the trade. Smokes get dropped here by player 3. Opted SKS. It's going to be AG. Dropping the flow and on the mid map, Adwin shuts down 10. Kato finds Jibby away. In the process, though, Jibby finds the tech down. Now it's a 3v3 situation.
Oh, here we go. This is actually the longest part of the round that Hydra's been alive for the past 3 rounds here, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see. Oh, man. Okay, just a bit of a slip over there. Twice in a row now. Goes for a triple. And he does hit. He does land a hit marker, unfortunately. Has to go for that rotation. Regrouping up to steal.
All good, Hydra. You know, you gotta warm yourself up just a little bit. Plays on board here for Yato, and that will be Adwin here taking a quick chow. Now the veteran Hydra, what can you find? Time to shine, baby. But unfortunately, player 5 will say hello and goodbye. But no, never mind. Maybe 3, 2, 1. Peek on the right side. Finally gets an angle, and that should be the round sealed and done. Kato serves the first round here for the side of FREESLOT.
Yeah, quite unfortunate right there for Hydra. You can only aim at 1 point at one time, unfortunately. So, yeah. Let's see, 2-1. Bleeding has stopped for a little bit here. Rival. Let's see if Hydra's also going to regroup. If he's going to change to a different weapon moving forward. No, not at all, man. He has confidence.
You always need a sniper if you're outside, and to be honest with you, you can't really change who's going to be playing sniper off the map. So,
yes,
you got to commit to it if you are Hydra. I mean, he's really known for the snipes back then. There was a moment in time as well, you know, next to Whoopi, before they, you know, parted ways. He was definitely playing the sniper, then Whoopi was on the marksman. Bit of a post-up situation now here. You got 10 literally playing around 10. And S7G is going to be right around the wooden wall. How to push up here? Do we check the corners? Question. This might just be a free double kill. Finds the first palm. Kato not gonna be able to be quick with the trades, and Hydra finds the from the back, able to serve his second elimination. First 2 shots, first 3 shots granted here for the side of Rivals.
Exactly what you were mentioning there, Warden. Somebody really needed to look over everybody else's shoulder. That's what Hydra was doing. So here we go. 4v3 situation. Hydra goes for another rotation here. Is he gonna commit here to top steal? Jibby locked here at mid. C1 just goes around. Oh, but runs right into Yato's instincts, man.
JB from the flank, Yato from the front, and JB from the backside will put him down. Rivals here extended early by 2, but they're not. Honestly, man, the pacing here is pretty respectable. I mean, no one's really getting too frisky whatsoever. Defense definitely played rightfully well, but the players are Rivals. No one's really getting too, you know, aggressive, not just yet, but maybe we can see a different course of a turn here. Let's start things off now. Hydra through the wall, finds the headshot up against Adwin. One player here, successfully gets shut down. Oh my god, Hydra. Shots fired. S7G though able to get the trade. JB quickly gets the respawn as well. And it's now going to be the marksmen and the snipers here for the side of FREESLOT that has to make a play. D1 and Kato, what can you offer up against 4 players of Rivals?
And he's back with a J358, buddy. We'll see how he's going to fare. But C1 is ever so close to A here. Let's see. Is he unaware that Tin is already looking here inside trailer? Got to keep this low, man. But let's talk about that shot by Hydra. The second shot he pulled off was just, again, the reputation precedes itself. All right, that's 1 on the board. Is he going to go for another? Yes, he does. And Tin closing out the round with beautiful movement.
Yeah, welcome to Garena. And now they go. We obviously see Hydra with his coach there from the back.
Hey.
And now we move over now towards the 6th round here, and it's now this time. Bit of a pretty hyper-aggressive push on his alpha side. Hydra will get taken down. Numbers advantage now in a free side here for FREESLOT, so this might just be the second here if they play their cards right.
The Space Maker is gone, at least on the side of Rivals right now. The clock's ticking. It'll be a perfect opportunity right here for FREESLOT to go on a little bit of a tight defense here. 30 seconds to go, and yet none of them has been picked off. This is looking good.
Uh-oh. Yato. And finds a double off his Switchblade. AD gets the 4th. And now it's going to be S70 here, needing to hold the 4th down here towards the back. Has to delay for 15 seconds. Goes for the spray, and the triple challenge is good for Rival Esports. They extend their lead to 4. Has to get their 5th here, back into 1 here for FREESLOT.
That is a gargantuan jinx that I put on the side of FREESLOT right there. I'm sorry, boys. I really, really, really am. And that fish is known to be good luck, so what are we gonna do? 5-1 so far here. And again, all eyes on Hydra right now, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, but Kado once again picking off the competition.
Gonna be a pretty heavy lossage here. Not having a sniper once again to play off the retake. Definitely picks it up here for Jibby. And, well, working with Jibby as well on the early days, especially for Ragnarok. Eugen. Definitely going to will the sniper here, especially in the reddest of times. But look at his movement. Finds the second up in the air. What are you on? Or spawn will be offered by AG as well with a marksman here. Checks up, but does he know that S7 is already posted up? Doesn't check his corners, and just like that, he loses the gunfight. Now it's all going to come down to Yato here to hold the 4th here on Bravo. Will get taken down. Jimmy with a scope here to try to make a play. Not wasting time whatsoever. We'll go for the spray down, but Adam's good for the trade. Finally, a bit more of a lifeline here for the players for FREESLOT.
Yeah, left with no choice, man. He really did have to charge through the smoke. But S7G was really the man for that round, honestly. Especially with really immediate response. Tin was looking real good up until, yes, S7G just stormed right into the action. 5-2. Once again, steady plays here on the side of Rivals. They're still up by 3. And again, here we go. Kado just making sure that the snipers don't lay their eyes on him. Beautiful work. Or at least in this case, it's Tin.
You're gonna get dropped here. You kind of hate to see it if you're on the side of Rival Esports. He's going to be the closest player there is on the B parameter, but till then he does break away. He will have this marksman here coming from his older brother. It's going to be Hydra here taking this long route as well towards the back. Might be able to meet C1 here from the side of Barracks. He does see him. Decide to pull the trigger. He'll like the discipline here for the side of Hydra. And he's going to take this route here for C1. He should be able to win this gunfight, not a problem at all. And now he sends himself back towards the jungles. Yato leads the way here on main. Finds the 1st, looking to get the 2nd as well. 1 player on the top. Hydra checks out, sprays down, gets the 2nd kill off this wave. And that's all going to come down to SMG here to make the clutch. Up against 2 players. The veteran and the prodigy. Jimmy falls. Now it's all going to come down to Hydra to make the lead, and he gets it. Oh, Hydra makes the round, working out here for Rival Esports, and they extend their lead even more.
Okay. If I didn't know any better, that was a small grin right there on the side of Hydra. He really was ready for that welcome wagon. Beautiful work on the side once again of S7G, though. Like I said, it looks like he's really doing the heavy lifting as of late. 6-2 here, ladies and gentlemen. Real sharp on the side of Rivals. And this Hydra, the snipers that he's wielding right now, and the way that, as you said, the discipline of this man, it just really goes to show through all those years.
A good sniper as well is a sniper that knows when to whip out the sniper rifle or his pistol, and he shared a lot of great moments like that. And well, good luck to you, and well, I'm sorry for you, S7G. Agent's gonna shut you down quickly just like that, and now they go 40v5 early on. Rivals here on the lead.
We're also seeing a bit of a space maker, as I always say here, but in the form of the PKM. both teams already wielding it, making sure that they do not overextend, especially here at the B side. Tin, this time returning with the HSO 405. Hydra trying to make some clearance here over at Alpha.
Hydra. Right around. Backs away as well. Another early 4v5 here favoring the boys in blue. Rival Esports. As it comes around here, Kato's gonna find Jibby away. It's attached, finds Yato 10. Gets the trade. Now it's a 3v3 here. Only 25 seconds on the clock. I'm just gonna get taken down inside of the side. And on the mid map, 80 finds C1 away. 10 gets Anowin. And it's all gonna come down to Kato now here to make the clutch of 1v2. Odds improbable. And 10 up in the air. Slides through, slides out, up. Cross, and we'll be able to shut him down. FREESLOT not having any respondents whatsoever here up against squad of rivals.
Now the second time again that Kato was picked off by Tin in such a manner, bro. And now, this right here, folks, this is it. This is the heavy bleeding that we were talking about. C1 stationed up over at Bravo. Just making sure that no one comes from jungle. Set touch. S7G, he's been really impressive. S7G right here has been really impressive for this particular search and destroy, Warden.
Definitely, and we can put in the likes of Kato and Adam as well. Unfortunately, C1 Yo Marksman and Detect hasn't been feeling it so far. Now they gotta worry about a free side here for Rival Esports on Alpha. Most gonna get dropped here on the battle side, no contestation whatsoever. They want to play off the retake, sending AG as well here from the flank. Look at the numbers here, it's just starting to show so nicely for the side of Rivals. It's a 5v5 retake here with one player off the lurk. That's gonna be AG here. Better watch out for him.
Oh, I love this, the confidence right here. Not going for any picks. Just go straight to the objective. Look at that. Just luring the remainders. And here we go. Chose to go in. And oh man, I'm very unfortunate for Tin.
Well, Jimmy's now going to be all alone in this 1v2 situation. What can he find? C1 right around will shut him away. And that will deny match point from the hands of Rival Esports.
Okay, that was a bit of a risky play there, so to speak, on the side of Rival. Just not having any momentum. Went straight for the objective. Then again, we trust their judgment here, folks. And Rivals, they're still up by, what is it, 5? Right, 4 rather. Here we go. Kato.
Sends out 5 players directly inside of the side. 10 plants the bomb. 2 EMPs flying through as well.
Oh,
now they go. Player 3, SMG here from the back. Kato has a sniper, just looking for an angle, but no one's really peeking aggressively here too much for the set of Rivals. Waiting for the pace to happen. And now they go. The sun's going to be out. Tin eats up the nade, sprays down. JB only going to be good for 1. Now to 3v3 directly inside of the side. Zach leads the way, finds Hydra out, finds Yato as well through the smoke, and then it's all going to come down to AG to make the play, but the diffuser is already on. But finds the headshot, runs away, looking to play for his life, but C1 shuts him down, and Rivals will claim another, will find the 4th on the board.
Oh, this is it. This is probably the wake-up call here for C1. The man is also cracked when the situations are right here, ladies and gentlemen. Now, only 3 rounds away. As Warden said earlier, this is another denial of inching closer to that potential match point here for our search and destroy. Let's see. Has the plan withered out? Has it expired here on the side of Rivals? They are on the attacker side after all. So these 2 plants have been retaken successfully by FREESLOT.
Over, big shots here from the back. Yato able to beat Hydra to it. SMG there for the trade. Anowin, S7G finds a double, and Anowin with a double as well. Kato gets the 4th, and just like that, FREESLOT here. Last 2 rounds, and that will be the equalizer here. Can they get the 3rd as well? Get the game locking for their side.
Well, terrifying here on the side of Rivals. That momentum is slowly drifting away from within arm's reach. Yato, Hydra now stationed here at Wooden. Let's see.
Bomb acquired.
You said it a while ago, Warden. There's a lot of missed times here from both these teams.
Bit of a play for picks here. Anowin has been so loud. Here in this map is search and destroy. Same as Ricardo as well. Bit of fight here on the mid map. How does this get spotted away? Trophies gets dropped here. Now you move over. Another plant here. Let a bit of pleasure rivals here inside of the side. EMP's dropped. Stun's gonna be flying through. They're gonna close out the distance, but Hydra from the back finds S7G. Numbers disadvantage now here for the players of FREESLOT. Hydra can't convert the second shot though, but unfortunately it's quite fortunate for them. AG gets the second, the third, and the fourth come true from Ken and Jimmy. And just like that, match point here for Rival Esports.
Man, third time's the charm right there for that objective play. They did lose those 2 encounters, especially when it's really, really important for them to go for that plant and without any prior elimination. So this is looking good on the side of Rivals. One more round, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to move on to our next game of, or rather the next map of Control. Hydra, once again, he managed to pick off early here after the plant, so this is going to be very important.
Nova. One good read, one good push is all Rival needs to put themselves here 2-0 for the series. What lies next is going to be S7G here, just right around Jibby. Pushed up extensively here on this mid map. 3 players here on A side. Player 4 here is P1 all along. Bravo. Looking like it's going to be a full set here towards the B side. By the players from Rival Esports. Look at S7G. Double slip by, finds nothing at all. So unfortunate. GB just too quick with it, and just like that now, it's a 4v5, making a 3v5 as Hydra finds the Anowin. And now they quickly divert their attention towards Alpha, which the tech now here all alone. Breaks down, finds AG up and within.
It's all up to you now.
Gets on the way, and just like that, Rival Esports, they close it out in a 9-5 fashion. They go 2-0 for the series.
A big orientation right there of Rival Esports as Hydra back in the search and destroy mode, bro. The finger on the trigger, eyes on the sight. Hydra still got it, man. I believe that he was really such a big contribution, a big factor as to why these objective plays and these pickoffs were really important, or they were really substantial towards the end of it.
Any snipers that's shooting back will be able to provide a lot of those.
Yes.
Clearances here for the squad. And well, fortunately, Josh wasn't really around here, but Hydra stepped in, and he was able to fulfill the role of the sniper in this map of search and destroy.
With a little backup as well, obviously, from the rest of the team. But here we go. We're going to check out who the MVP is right here, ladies and gentlemen. I have a few ideas. You know, I also got to give credit, man, to the rest of FREESLOT right there, especially S7G. Despite the fact that he does have a bit of a deficit when it comes to all those elimination counts, but yeah, those plays were huge, at least in my opinion. Here we go. Let's take a look back at some of the highlights here. Hydra, yep, with the initial shot right there, making sure that we remember who he is.
I mean, you give Hydra a bit more playing time, he can definitely put himself rightfully in the big talks when it comes down to playing the ARs and the snipers. And in some way, it wasn't really the strongest or the flashiest game there is, but he was definitely respectably able to fulfill his role as a sniper in this map of Fire and Search and Destroy. But where it really shined here for this map, I mean, I gotta hand it down to both of the Blacklist International duo here. You got AG and Tin that was just laying their hearts out inside of this map.
I completely agree, man. And there we go. And again, Tin, of course, you know my bias towards the shotgun. He did 2 masterful shots right there that I can really mark. Again, we're just capping off things here for our search and destroy, ladies and gentlemen. Coming right up, we'll have our Control. Rivals so far looking unstoppable, and it was a bit close, you know. Warden, there was a bit of a gap that FREESLOT was able to catch up on. At the end of it, Rivals just stood their ground and went on with their plan.
Oh yeah, truly, man. And well, you know, there was a bit of a fight there, at least at the end. You know, Rival Esports, they could have won this one down to like what, 9-3 already, or 9-2, but all of a sudden, you know, the players of FREESLOT, they start to fight back, and that's exactly what you like to see. Unfortunately, no, some momentum did get stopped at the end, and Well, it was Rival Esports closing this one through here on this map of firing range, putting himself in a 2-0 run for the series once again. And now we move over towards our MVP, and it will be no other than 10 with a shotgun, 15 eliminations, and a 1.88 KDA.
Yeah, this one right here actually is on top of my list, right? It's Tin. It's either him or Hydra, but again, Tin, he really proved his value entirely. So yeah, what else is there to say here, ladies and gentlemen? Tin, much deserved MVP alongside the rest of the gods. Let's see how this is going to be for our map of control. Is anybody going to stop Rivals right now? And or rather, is FREESLOT going to be bowing down immediately? Where they are still at number 4, so this is very important for them, Warden. And you did say that this is possibly a match that we're going to see a map number 4 of, a series rather, that we're going to see a map number 4 of.
Not necessarily this one, I would say. I was kind of predicting Rivals to go 3-0 for this one, but
right.
Then again, like if ever the squad of FREESLOT, they want to stay alive and put up a show on the playoffs, they got to win at least 2 maps though, so they got to force it game 4.
All right, here we go. Buckle up, folks. We are headed straight to raid once again. Look at the score lines as well for these teams, right? This is pretty pleasing, at least from our perspective here in commentary. 250 to 125, 9-2-5. Nothing too dominant, I would say, or at least nothing too painful to watch. But again, there is the reality right here that FREESLOT needs to at least get 1 map off of Rivals here just to stay alive.
Here we go. The players here are, sharing their own laughter. Here you got Yato and 10 smiling with singles for AG as well. And for the other side here, for the side of FREESLOT, Anowin. Bit of a poker face here for Kato, but hey, just rub it off. Head straight towards the next game. You still have this lifeline. And well, you were able to somewhat take this one away from, let's say, VIZUALZ on the run yesterday as well. I know Rivals definitely going to be a harder opposition, but till then, you've seen yourself shine. Let's do it in the righteous and the best time whatsoever in this group stage for your side. This is the stakes. I mean, if you lose this, it's well over. You're not making it to the playoffs.
Yeah, that is the cold, hard truth right there, Warden. But we're going to get the engine started here, ladies and gentlemen. We're headed straight to control. Once again, on the top view here, let's see who's going to draw first blood. Who's going to be inflicting their first elimination here. Oh, wow. Bravo already on the move here, Warden.
Yeah, it's a definite default place here for the offense from that of FREESLOT, directing themselves directly towards Bravo as well. And once they are able to win the first wave, they're going to send up player 3, SFNG, alongside Kato here on the kitchen side to play off the cuts. That's going to be FREESLOT here. A pretty strong breakout for this side. Able to offer a... Well, now you got to deal with the spawn trap here with the side of Rivals, but nonetheless, they will get time extension here for their side.
Oh, good frag right there on the side of GB, closing the gap between them, and Alpha is already underway. Bravo adding 1 solid minute to the clock here, ladies and gentlemen. And in case you missed yesterday, FREESLOT did actually drop their map of control against VIZUALZ. So that right there, or VIZUALZ Indonesia, just to be more specific, it could really mean that they did learn their lesson. Look at them. But again, the momentum shifted immediately. Now at 21-18. A while ago, they did have the life lead.
Make it 20 now to 16 as they go. Rival Esports all of a sudden now going to be able to put themselves here at the righteous position to be able to put themselves here on this lead. 16-16 we go. We do drop back just a little bit. A bit of a reset now. A big crusade here will be offered by the side of FREESLOT here on this mid map as they try to regain some control here on the kitchen side directly inside of the point as well. Anowin up against AG, loses it. Looking to get another swell, but Hydra the veteran shuts him away. And that's going to be 13-12. This game can go to anyone's side. It's all going to come down to winning your gunfights where it matters the most.
Oh boy, Hydra actually capitalizing as much as he can over that money room, but AG leaves and gets one right out of the bedroom. 10-7 here, and we still have a minute. I'd say a minute 15 to go. 9-6. Now this right here is going to be a bloodbath, especially on the side of FREESLOT. They got to make sure to hold this 5 lives right now.
And absolutely so. SFNG is now going to be sitting this one out here for the entirety of this round. Tech finds 10 away as well, and no more respawns as well here for the side of Rivals, but they quickly get depleted the pot here for the side of FREESLOT. All going to come down to Anowin C1 to make the play, finds Anya right there on the mid map, but he still wins the gunfight. And Nigel looking to get the second as well, but from the back, Yato beats him to it. Rival Esports will claim the first, but they were on the trail at the start though, so it was a pretty nice comeback here for their side.
And if not for Hydra right there, man, that was a very valuable shot that he did pull off. Crazy how he survived that encounter, was still able to win it. Here we go. Side switch, ladies and gentlemen, and Kato already whipping out the war machine here at the expense of Jibby.
As it comes around, Dowd's what's going to play. First initial stride here will be a bit of a commitment here on Bravo for the players from Rivals. They're pretty much halfway done as well. And looking at the players for FREESLOT, they're not going to go for any contestation whatsoever. They're going to let the capture play by, but they're posted up there on the laundries. But JB finds the first already. Looking to take down Anowin as well. He doesn't know he's still right around. Puts him away, but the capture will definitely happen now here. Time extension granted for the players from Rival Esports.
All right, back at you, says Rivals right there. With two and so minutes to go here, 24-21 this time around. Rivals not dropping that lead immediately. A while ago, they were a bit sloppy when it came to those eliminations.
Oh boy, 23-19. So tough, man. What can you find? Hydra, beautiful shots once again off the Locust. Pops the Predator missile, has 3 players there right around. Will go after the player Adawin, but will not get the initial connection. But hey, at least he knows he's going to be there. But we'll get taken down with this attack. 20-13, a bit of a fight here for FREESLOT. But then again, they got to do more than just that if they want to find a means to get this round for their side.
Some of our players already going to be ready for that Tempest, so somebody better be looking over the shoulder. 18 rather to 8. Here we go, and we have about a minute and a half to go. Alpha already slowly being seized, but just like that, down to the last 5 lives once again here on the side of FREESLOT. And S7G going to be forced to use the death machine here just to survive.
4 lives remaining. FREESLOT and to go off the spray, finds the first, able to get the second and the third. Find the fourth, fifth spray now for the set of S7G. But till then, he has to do that 2 more times here to want to get the side here. Coming over, a bit of a fight, and just like that, 10 finds the last 2 eliminations, and that will be match point out here for the players of Rival Esports. 1 more round, and that's going to be on a clean slate here for us. And I can't believe we're moving over towards the 3rd series. If ever Rival Esports is going to be able to get this round already.
Now, should that be the case, and again, FREESLOT right here, ladies and gentlemen, has to make something spectacular happen. AG with a couple shots immediately. 26-28. Once again, a familiar picture that we're seeing here. FREESLOT does get a few eliminations here and there, but it all falls right back to Rivals, if that is going to be the case.
Now we go, ladies and gentlemen. This might just be the beginning of the end, but the players of FREESLOT is now starting to show and fight back. For that though, before we proceed towards the game, in the commentary, we're going to be having a listen in here for both of the communications here for both Rivals, Esports, and FREESLOT.
Gago may tapid.
Putang ina mo.
Tapid siwan ah. Patay, pabalik na. Ingat nga, Bet. Ingat nga, Bet. Feel ka na, Bet.
Driveway, pre. Meron na sa gallery. Gallery na. Pre, nga ako.
Oh, we got 11-11 on board here. Hopefully, this is good luck for one of these teams. So far, it is looking quite well here for FREESLOT. We still have about a minute 40 to go here, and Alpha is underway.
And as they go, just like that, now it's going to be 8-9 here coming through. Race down for Yato. 17 puts them away. AG on the court side. We'll get taken down by C1 as well. They got a full clearance here to go for the capture on this Alpha point. They don't even gonna go for the eliminations now. They can send out 4 players directly inside of the objective, and this will run down so quickly and elderly. And as we thought that it might just be the end, the players of FREESLOT, they want to stay alive in this competition, baby. 3 lives here to rip away. Last tick of progress as well. They quickly try to stack it up, but the capture is still on. They take the gamble. The War Machine's out here for COD, and just like that, they force another round. The players with FREESLOT, they stay alive.
Oh, beautiful. Had to seize the objective on down to the last few seconds there. You gotta give it to FREESLOT right now. 2-1, ladies and gentlemen. There is a pulse on the side of FREESLOT. Meanwhile, Rivals, they're still pretty confident on this one, Warden. They have a 1-round buffer. So if that's gonna be the case, oh wow, what a shot from Kato. Hold that thought. Hydra, your fun has ended.
They come around. Pin whips out the equalizer here quite early on. Extends himself heavy on the court side, but unfortunately his ankles will get broken by Satek. But the rest of the crew here for the side of Rivals, they're going to go for the capture now here on this B control point. 7G will try to lead in the way here for the squad of FREESLOT to go for the retake, but unfortunately he will get dropped down. But player 4 C1 makes the play, and it's all going to come down to Jibby here on this B control point to go for the capture. But it will 1v1, but then again the reinforcement, the cavalry arrives.
Oh wow, okay, at least there was a little bit of value right there from that Annihilator. Not a lot of reward, but here we go, 23-20, and Bravo is almost there. We're almost the complete thirds of this block. But again, there you go, a little bit of a denial. Less than a minute to go as we speak, 21-18, and Alpha is also being captured. Let's see how this is gonna go. So far, we've had all 3 rounds straight up with objective captures here, Warden. This is looking good for both teams.
To go. I mean, there could definitely be a visionary lifeline here for the side of FREESLOT, but then again, you got to worry about a bit of a divide and conquer play here by the side of Rivals. Simultaneously, Bravo and Alpha will get captured here for there. Now, JB out with Sparrow, not going to be able to get any value out of that though. FREESLOT, they're going to send out 2 players here right around the art galleries and the driveway. 1 player on the mid map, 2 players here on the jungle side, but till then, they're posted up rightfully well, but they can't find a means to win their gunfights.
Oh, plus 1 minute on the board right there for Rivals, just to prolong that danger zone on their side. They still have a 5-man lead here when it comes to the respawns, and they're still gunning for B. So here we go, 15-9. Warden, this is not really pretty on the side of FREESLOT. They haven't moved. They haven't been able to pick one up until I said so.
They come over here, Yato sprays down, coming over, able to get the third to the last. At 7G, Kato, the final glimmer of hope, and it all is dusted. As the players of Rivals, Hydra connects the last and final bullet to seal the deal. Rival Esports is served another donut for today's broadcast.
An undisputed 3-0 right there at the expense of FREESLOT. Rival Esports does it again, ladies and gentlemen. So this right here, this is a testament. This is why right now they are the 3rd here at the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, this is the squad that took down Elevate on the lower bracket finals on the last season of Garena Masters, and this is the Rival Esports that, well, has probably one of the more decorated squads as well. I mean, we got what? I mean, previous Garena champion, remaster champion Hydra. You got your Eastern champions, Pin, alongside AG and Yato, and obviously the prodigies, you know, Josh alongside Jibby. It's so good here for their squad.
Yeah, true enough, Warden. It is just really, just to be honest with you, this is a showcase. This is the showcase of what Rivals can really do when they do put their best foot forward. And it's not like they slack off every now and then, but man, this right here, I saw almost no flaws in how they perform, especially this map of Control. They did drop 1 round, but that's all there is to it, man. When they stuck right back to the plan, it was just smooth sailing from there.
Yeah, truly. And now, to close things out here, ladies and gentlemen, that will be it for our first half of the broadcast. I can't believe it. I mean, I was projecting a game 4 on the first map. I mean, this one went down to my scripts, but it went down too quickly. That Search and Destroy was definitely one of the best game modes that they could probably offer, but till then, they do drop the 9-5 scoreline here on Control. It was a 3-1, and just like that, so be it. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, that will be it. I mean, especially if Rival Esports, I mean, Little SKAERI can put up a 3-0 there up against ASAP for our last series for today. That will be them overtaken the last and final slot there for the playoffs.
Now, what else are we gonna do, man? It is just, you know, it's the usual spiel that we get. It's another day in the office. Here we go. 24 eliminations for this map alone, and AG once again putting one in the bag with a 1.6 KDA. And once again, they're wrapping things up. They're putting everything out there. What do we expect? Just victory, flawless, beautiful victory.
Absolutely. Well, if we take a look at the tally here, the score line is now going to be 3-1 here for this control raid. 31 eliminations here for 10. AG on 24, 19 for the side of JP, 18 for Hydra, and 23 for Yato. On the other side, SMG and Syntec, I mean, those players definitely had a run for the money, but unfortunately, they are not going to be able to missionarily carry the weight for the whole squad. Everybody had to shoot back here in this game mode.
Yeah, they did. Absolutely. Especially during those situations where the gap was just too big. You really have to rely on the gun skills, a lot of intuition, and steady hands, if so to speak. So once again, if you did miss it, ladies and gentlemen, this right here is a wonderful sight to see when it comes to our score lines. We scored a 250, 125 on Summit, 9 and 5 on Fire Mage, and well, raid right here, it was close but not close enough with 3-1, and that's it. That is it. Rivals just gave us one heck of a treat to close our first half.
That is it. Unsit. Rival Esports confirming this elimination and this whole run here for the series. And yeah, I mean, what else do we expect? I mean, this is exactly the whole run that we were initially projecting where it should be. But, you know, it's definitely unfortunate that we're not going to be seeing FREESLOT there on the playoff. Not unless, you know, something finicky happens in the SKAERI and ASAP matchup. But before that, though, let's talk about our series MVP. That will be AG with 94 eliminations and a KDA of 2.24.
And this right here all began with his monumental hardpoint run a while ago, with 57 eliminations to his name alone. So again, it just racked up, just piled up for AG, collecting more of those self trophies, right? Like those MVPs. Look at the scores here, ladies and gentlemen. So Rival Esports with that one series win, already almost cementing them at number 3 here.
Yeah, truly. And now you got what later on? What's the hype? What's it just all about, Warden? What's with the VIZUALZ SKAERI FREESLOT comparison? Well, you got to see VIZUALZ SKAERI so far. They have 7 maps win, and if they want a series, they're gonna get 10 in comparison to 9 that FREESLOT is able to get. So that is going to be one of the deal breakers leading up to the end of this broadcast that we'll be seeing. Up next, though, is going to be our blockbuster match. It will be the Red Rebellion up against ALUla. And this is, well, the number 1 and number 2 team here on this group stage. And this is definitely a fight for the number 1 seed as well.
And that's the important part right there, Warden. It is the battle for the top spot. So we cannot stress that enough, ladies and gentlemen. Those matches that you saw earlier, sure, definitely puts you in that fast heartbeat right there, but it cannot compare to how this is going to be. These two have withstood the test of time, especially during the grand finals. And you said it, Warden, it is almost anticipated that these two teams are going to be there a little later on.
We'll see, though. I mean, I don't exactly know if we're going to see the full-on potential here or the full-on capacity of both Elevate and ALUla, all because of the fact that this is the group stage. And typically, you don't really want to throw all your stats out there and your strats out there because, well, this is not just Garena Masters. This is not Garena Masters at all. This is the Garena Qualifiers. I'm not discrediting anything about Garena Master by any means. You know, it's a lovely tournament here. But what this tournament gives you is the slot for the World Championship. And you got to make sure you want to reserve all the best cards you have where it matters the most, aka the upper bracket finals and the lower bracket finals that will be happening on the next week's run for the playoffs. But for the time being, let's see and buckle it up on what will be the aforementioned here from both Elevate and ALUla. But before that, though, we're going to be taking a bit of a short break. Once again, you guys are watching the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2026 Garena Qualifiers. We'll be right back in just a little bit.
Hostile hunter-killer drone inbound. Friendly Predator missile inbound.
It is a battle of titans here, ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed to the second half of our final day here at the group stage of the Garena Qualifiers. My name is Pika, joined by Warden. We built this up enough, Warden. I feel that it's really time to get to the action, honestly.
No, let's just keep things a bit low-key for the time being here, you know. But then again, ladies and gentlemen, you know, let's just say this is a blockbuster match here, but I'm not entirely going to be too convinced. Whatever results will be, I'm going to be hyped for it for sure, but I feel like some teams here are going to be mischievous, you know. They don't want to, you know, it's like this. This is a group stage. Both of these teams are pretty much qualified for the playoffs regardless. They're going to be number 1, number 2 seeds. It's really good. Moving over towards the playoffs, I mean, what of these teams has to deal with 3 oppositions, and well, we're gonna only have what 4 squads overall towards the knockouts, and I feel like the only time that you truly want to relay and show your full potential is when you are put at the upper bracket finals or the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, that right there is where it really counts, you know. But ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Enough of that ruckus as we head on to our action here. As you can see on the left side of your screen, it is going to be between number 1 and number 2 Garena champions in their own right. So this right here is where it all boils down to, at least here in the group stage. It's a matter of seeding, as we said prior to this. Keep your fingers crossed, ladies and gentlemen. We don't know how this is going to turn out, honestly.
See, I mean, I want to get this action already, so let's get it on. You know, as we would like to say. I mean, I can't wait to see what the map videos has to offer for this one, because it will definitely say a lot in regards to how much these teams would want this. I mean, I'm projecting so far. I mean, I haven't really seen the map videos here, but let's just say we should expect at least an Ascenda. I don't think we're going to be seeing a Summit or an Arsenal. Not even a Combine, rather. We might see a takeoff Ascenda here for our hard points, but hey, prove me wrong. Ooh. And the answer is totally off. Okay. Wait, we do see a takeoff though, and we do see a Combine. Well, there is going to be some auto inspection for the set of Elevate to ban out Arsenal here. And for the set of ALUla, I didn't want to play no Ascenda or Olea's pick rather here. So we're looking at a pretty good one here. A bit of a curveball, to be honest. His Combine is, if I'm not mistaken, this will be a map choice here for the side of ALUla. Well, on the contrary, Elevate will force his takeoff away. I don't think in any sense whatsoever that Elevate would force the game to meltdown. So it does seem like that ALUla will be team 2 for this series here. So they'll be choosing game number 2 and game number 4. So that will be forced into a meltdown alongside the Combine. Those will be your initial picks here for the side of ALUla. On the contrary, we do see that Raid Control alongside that Postal Search and Destroy on the game 5 alongside the takeoff. These are all Elevate-ish nature picks. So I'm liking what I'm seeing here so far, and I'm liking the dance move here for OP. Look at this.
Oh, that's one of 2 things, man. He's probably shaking off the nerves, or he's confident that this is gonna swerve towards their momentum. Let's see how that's gonna be. Big look right here, ladies and gentlemen, for these teams. Y'all gotta make sure that you give them a lot of energy. I know that some of you in the comment section have been waiting for this all day. Not to mention, this is the last hurrah for both these teams today. Oh boy, it's gonna be one massive bloodbath, if so to speak. So yeah, you know, ringing back to what Warden was mentioning earlier, this distribution of maps is really very intriguing. I like the fact as well that we're not seeing Combine to begin with here. As you said, we're headed straight to takeoff. A meltdown, it has become a staple. I'm also going to correct myself. Yesterday, there's been a bunch of meltdowns, right? Especially for a Search and Destroy Warden.
A lot. Too much meltdown.
A lot, yeah.
Meltdowns within the map as well, and meltdowns in regards to performances. A lot of meltdown.
Oh, and again, as our players are setting up here, ladies and gentlemen, you see that this is really dire stakes for our players here, especially for getting that top seed. You know, at this point, again, we would also like to iterate that these two right here, these 2 kaijus, if so to speak, when it comes to Garena, they really do know each other like the back of their hands already. It's just a matter now of who plays better, who makes better decisions moving forward if you're looking at a competitive standpoint. What about you, Warden? I hate to do this, but if we're gonna look at our ending numbers here for this series, what are we looking at? What do you reckon?
To be honest with you, I feel like we're only going to be staying game 4. I don't think we're going to go down to the wire and put it down to a game 5. I feel like whoever's going to win the control game will be able to dictate the pace as well, and who's going to be winning the series itself. I feel like on hard point here, I think Elevate will definitely have a run for the money, even though despite the fact that this is one of the best runs that ALUla is able to offer as well. It's just that I want to draw back to the roots of 2022 and 2023 takeoff hard point. They're absolutely a beast at it here for side of Elevate. On that search and destroy though, I'm gonna hand it down, give it for the side of ALUla, and then for game 3 and game 4, I'm gonna be going and sticking through with Elevate.
I like that. I like that. Very specific with the predictions here, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, to be honest, right now, while they're setting up, I'm also left thinking here on how this is gonna turn out. I don't have a solid prediction just yet, but again, based on what I've witnessed in the past, Elevate, they tend to sometimes drop their search and destroy every now and then. So, and that's just me generalizing things. It might be a completely different facade here a little later on. Lukazen obviously has been on a tear as usual. I'm looking back at my notes here. There were days, of course, that he became the MVP for all the matches. And what's the surprise there, ladies and gentlemen? I believe that one of such was just a couple days ago. It was day 5 where ALUla took it 3-0 against VIZUALZ, and Lukazen was the sole MVP for every single map.
When you find Lukazen taking a spotlight like that, it's not really out of the extraordinary. Not at all. I mean, this is your most MVPs on Garena Masters last season, most MVPs as well leading up to this season here for Garena Qualifiers, and most MVPs as well running it down on CDM. So it's pretty notorious for him to rock the MVP spotlight, but the thing is, you know, there has been a lot of talks and speculations recently, and instead for the side of ALUla, it's not like the entire nature of the squad is Lukazen against the world or anything, because you know you got Jai in there, you got Skirt FDX, you got Clove, all those players can shoot back. But the thing is, sometimes the reason why they do tend to falter in some certain respawn game modes is just all due to the fact that they play a lot of off lanes individually, and that's something that you don't really want to put up, especially in the highest level of competition.
Very true, very true. You know, iron sharpens iron, as we say. So a lot of the good plays, obviously, that comes with ALUla is not just going to be around Lukazen. There's definitely a bunch of contributions here from everybody else, and you said it, man. Like there will be slip ups every now and then individually. So it is just left all to how they repair, how they recuperate from said flaws. But let's also talk about a little bit here about Elevate. We've worked with these folks, we've worked with these fine gentlemen in the past. It's at this point, would you say, Warden, that these boys have completely figured out a singular formula to go up against ALUla?
Well, to be honest, I think everyone's hard point nature has been, you know, based off Elevate itself. It's just that, you know, ALUla has just a bit more of an extra touch. But now, ladies and gentlemen, let's not speculate anymore. Let's not second guess on what's going to be happening inside of this game. As we're loading inside this first map of Takeoff, we go. It will be our blockbuster match here for today's broadcast, and it will surely be ALUla up against Elevate here in this map of Takeoff Hardpoint. We go.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, and there it is. ALUla taking a nosedive of our hard point, already getting 3 points in. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. 6 points on the board and left.
Yep.
It's already left empty again here, Warden. Let's see if Elevate's going to be able to at least take back some of those points very early on right now. We're already seeing a good amount of frags on the side of Elevate.
They're not here so far for the side of Elevate. Halo, PJ, Nyopi well involved here off the break off. Same goes for Kendi as well, but now the players of ALUla, they're going to be scrambling across this map here on doubles. Not able to get the break though. Elevate so far starting off pretty heated up, baby.
Oh yeah, pardon us. We did make a little bit of a repair over there when it came to the initial graphics here, folks. So it was Elevate who did take a nosedive off of the first hard point. 9 seconds into this first hard point, and we're seeing a very, very quick rotation already on the side of Elevate.
Well, if there's going to be any buffs that could probably happen here for the side of ALUla, they are in the OUG bootcamp, so Nice collaboration for the most part. That is going to be the boot camps of the champions of CDM. But now we go here back inside of this game. It's now going to be P2 going to be opening up here with the best lanes opened up with the players of Elevate. Now it's going to be ALUla here so far, stacking up here from the front side. But Yopi gets a mad spray down, gets a triple, looking to get the quad, but of course he does get denied. But the rest of the crew here for the side of Elevate will be able to rock the boat and will be able to find a means to get this time. But pitch will be offered. Numbers starting to show now here for ALUla, and finally they do get the break as well.
Oh, this is very important, man. As soon as the cavalry arrived for ALUla right there, it started to look yellow for just a split second, and we're right back at it. Let's see, PJ already whipping out the Tempest, but does get taken out by SKAERI immediately. Susano returning the favor at the expense of Clove. 48-19 over here. ALUla can still hang on for a little bit longer, but definitely not going to catch up on this hard point.
Big shots coming through here for the set of FDX on a force free. That gets stopped by Yopi. Kendi finds Clove. PJ takes away Lucasen. Still a bit of a devoted run here for both of these teams here off the scrap time, and till down it's the players of ALUla able to get the best out of it, while the rest of the crew here for the Red Rebellion, they settle it down here on towards the new rotation onto the third. 4-man push here, making a 5-man push rather here for the set of ALUla, as they are able to progress through the on side here for back Jennies and accumulate eliminations. They will be spawning out the players of Elevate now on the medical side. SKAERI good for 3 and a quad as well overall, coming from his bow and arrow and his switchblade on hand. Now it's going to be Kendi here with his War Machine alongside Lucas Nate here with his claw to try to make up the plays. And so far the bulk of the numbers and the rotations and formation will be given for the players of ALUla.
You gotta love the defense on SKAERI from that one, man. And right through the smoke as well. 61-44. Let's see, ALUla just making sure that the fort here does not get damaged at all. But there is a bit of a retake here by Elevate momentarily. There we go. Still back on the grind here. ALUla just has to catch up for a few more points.
Lovely game here so far from both of these squads. But now it's going to be ALUla taking the turn here as they find themselves here on the driver's seat. On the lead they go. In position towards the fourth hard point. It's going to be the players of Elevate here late on rotation as player 3, 1, and 4 here posted up rightfully well already for the side of ALUla. That's going to be Lucas in. Third, Clove here. Holding things down inside of the hard point. The Predator missile flies through here for the side of FDX as well, able to accumulate 1 elimination in the process. Claws out here from player 4, Susano from the side of Elevate. The question is, though, is it going to be persistent enough for them to be able to get the break? And the answer is no. ALUla still in control.
Yeah, big yellow right here on our board, ladies and gentlemen, especially with a couple of Pred missiles right there. Really put into good value, both by SKAERI and Lucasen. Just getting a good amount of eliminations. 80 points on the board here and counting on the side of ALUla. An impenetrable fortress right here on P4, Warden. So here we go. Elevate, just slowly dipping their feet in the water, able to get a few points back.
Done here. I think we can definitely expect the game a bit tied up and on par with each other. Between Elevate and ALUla as we hit the deck back to reset here towards P1. Whatever the lead will be, will not really matter at most here, but definitely going to be Elevate here, able to find a means to take the lead just a little bit. No, actually, ALUla ties it up now. We go for the reset.
Oh, 86-86, not available, ladies and gentlemen, and now empty hardpoint in the beginning. Let's see how Yopi is going to make use of the Sparrow right here. Not a lot of reward from it, but still able to kind of fend off the opposition. 89 and counting here. Elevate getting the lead momentarily. That is.
4 hardpoint rotations. Yeah, 4 hardpoint rotations was granted. 2 went to the side of Elevate, coming from the first and the second. Third to the fourth went to the side of ALUla. I mean, to each their own, baby. But now we go back to P1, where exactly Elevate was able to break off from. Up against the players of ALUla on that first stack, and they do find themselves here on the 100-point mark, slowly building up the freeze as well, and looking like they are looking to be good as well here for the sub 20 seconds here off this hill time.
Keeping our fingers crossed here, especially on the side of Elevate. This is a big lead. This is very sizable compared to the others that they had, because this is ALUla we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Just 6 seconds to go before P2 opens up. And we're seeing a bunch of utilities already underway. Let's see who's going to make it first to our P2. Looks like it's going to be a yellow start here with the rest of the boys of ALUla already underway.
Uh-oh, Tempest on his hands, but unfortunately no SKAERI. Let's get dropped.
Oh, never mind.
SKAERI here. Never mind, able to win a gunfight actually. Would have a missed call there, but now War Machine and Tempest here will be out. That's going to be TD and Candy here wielding these operators to look to try to get the break, and they actually absolutely do so. Now, hard point. Comes to the stalemate. A bit of reinforcement here from the side of ALUla here on the scaffold side, but it's going to be Scourge here denied. Halo extends out himself as well here with his equalizer, and that will be precious time here for the side of the Red Rebellion.
Oh yes, brooming the competition here. Kalo still on the bottom floors here in patrols. Finds a lot of merit right here with the equalizer. Hunter Killer Drone is out. Let's see, 142 to 89. ALUla dropping the ball badly here. A bit of resistance, but to no avail.
Scene done here, so 10 seconds remaining now. ALUla once again here, just looking to fight for the scrap time. Fasano here on the bottom side of the staircase, alongside Kendi. Cuts it all the way down. Another early rotation. This time around, though, it's going to be granted here for the side of ALUla. But with that being said, I mean, take a look at this. Well over, right around a 60-point lead here for the side of Elevate. And as they go over now on towards the speed 3, late rotation from their side, Luke is in here trying to single-handedly deny the players here to come to go for the push here towards the backside, but they will get denied. But in the process, though, Elevate, ALUla here, heated up game. Before we take a look at the run here, let's have a listen in here towards their side.
Nasa high.
Main.
I can take it. Pen again, maybe.
Come on, run. You wanna beside
Right before we listened in, Warden, ALUla already broke through the 100-point mark, and just like that, they are again inching ever so closer to Elevate at 154.
As they go now, it's going to be right around here. I mean, Elevate always had some problems on that P3. Definitely going to patch the one up on Don. So, I mean, ALUla's definitely Fairy Hill is P3s in those P4s, and so let's see if they can change up the tides here. So Warmish is going to be out here for Kenny. It does get dropped now. Spawn definition will be granted here. It's going to be ALUla here coming from the generator side. Here, PJ, a lot of the crew of Elevate will be here from Cranes. And as they go, so far, not bad of a start here on this P4 for the side of Elevate. And they slowly inch closer to getting a full wave, and they absolutely do so.
Oh, Candy, beautiful defense right there, ladies and gentlemen. Even on the top floor, but still unable to pick one more here is Yopi. Gets the Sparrow for one, though. And get another, but Yopi, much like Candy, self-inflicted casualty, unfortunately, here. 183 to 151. Can leave the scrap time a little bit to ALUla, but we're back to P1, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be brutal for the third rotation.
Yeah, nicely done here. Now a bit of a lead. Earlier on the reset, back to P1, it was 86 apiece for both Elevate and ALUla. And now they go. We did see some signs of life for the side of Elevate on that P3. Can we see a bit more here for the side of ALUla here back to P1 on P2 as well? As to go, 50 seconds to 5-4 still. 49 here for the side of PJ, making a triple spree overall off his lifeline. Looking to get some more, puts himself directly inside the hill, but Lucas in shuts him down. Kalo invests out the equalizer to try to clear out the distance even more. Elevate just doing so good when it comes down to Scrappy Hills.
Yeah, you know that's worth noting as well, Warden. They're not completely in sheer dominance here at P1. As you mentioned, there is a bit of a struggle in certain hard points here for Elevate, but 194 to 165, they're not looking too bad. And even denying a use of a Sparrow over there, 195 to 166 as we go. Jai over the scaffolding, making sure to, oh man, to eliminate all competitions, including himself though.
198 to 170. ALUla still trying to hold on for dear life. Kendi inside of the hill, up against player 5 Jai here on the opposing side. A player for Susano shuts him down. Now we go for the speed 2 rotation. This time around, the numbers looking quite brighter here for the side of ALUla. But the question is though, can they hold on and win their gunfights?
Oh, here we go. If this solid minute lands on the side of ALUla, then they're definitely going to be holding their heads high here. 201 to 180, ladies and gentlemen. Susano, is he going to be able to infiltrate here? Coming from bottom. Halo still scaffolding over here. 202 to 185. There we go. The clock is ticking and positively on the side of Elevate.
War Machine's out for Kendi. Going over now towards the back line here of Gens. Lobe here off the heady side, able to get one kill, good for a double as well. Now Sasano here whips out the call as well to try to solidify himself for the last 25 seconds here off this hill time. Andy just anchoring the spawns for the squad, playing pretty methodical hard point. Something quite unusual here for the likeliness of Elevate, but it is definitely working out for their side. And only one more wave to worry about. That's going to be player Reese Skirt alongside Lucas in here trying to make a play from the front. Same goes for Jai as well. The AR is coming off hot here as Lucas in finds the fourth spree. 100 killer drone flash by, but will get overwhelmed by the numbers of Elevate.
Oh, you gotta love the response right here. On the side of Elevate, 232 to 188, and we're looking at a yellow P3. This is it, Warden. This is what you were talking about. The dangers of this P3. Oh, man, really unfortunate. Almost at the 200-point mark was ALUla. Here we go, trying to go for that redemption once again.
You'll be good for the 3 spree there off the Sparrow. PJ extends out with a Tempest as well on a 5 spree. 2 from the Tempest, 3 from the Switchblade. Does get shut down by Lucas in. Offers a quick grab here as he finds Sasano as well. Wants to get flipped apart as player 3 Kayla then spawn away, but till then the players of Elevate just locking things down. They lost the first 2 sets of P3s, but till then at the end where it matters the most, they start to shine. It is all going to come down to drive to provide a lifeline for the crew, but Elevate, they get the initial and the last break to seal the deal in this map of takeoff hardpoint. 250 to 202 will be the scoreline. Elevate cruising through, staying on the driver's seat all throughout.
And speaking of the man of basically the man to close that out, Kalo, a bit more ecstatic there than usual, ladies and gentlemen. You gotta give this. Look at that sigh of relief. You gotta give this to the boys of Elevate, man. They hardly fought that battle, and honestly, ALUla, they were really not an easy opponent to face. Honestly, if we're gonna be real here, that was too close for comfort, especially during the second rotation. At least based on what I've seen.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was a battle for rotations, a battle for money hills. Whenever we get this, there wasn't really barely any hard points that went down back and forth. I mean, those P1s and those P2s that was pretty dominant by the players of Elevate. P3 and P4, ALUla they go. And it's just unfortunate for the set of ALUla that Elevate was able to find that, the last and final step to really solidify themselves on that P3, and that was the deal breaker, the combo breaker that really shut the deal down here for the squad of ALUla.
Definitely so. Let's take a look back at some of the action that went down here. Again, as you mentioned, there were certain designated hardpoints here that seemed to be more favored towards the other teams, right? Towards the opposition. But again, it is us here, basically just on the backseat here, Warden. Honestly, and front row seats to the entire predicament that's been going on with these two teams. We're just witnessing how it all unfolded here. But again, I like the fact that it was Kalo at the very end, which hopefully we do see, with the final touches, ensuring that none of the players right there on the side of ALUla will actually intercept the last couple seconds.
I like the readjustments here from the side of Elevate. I mean, again, on one of the runs here for P2, it really felt like that they were playing methodical hardpoint with a slight bit of touch of how Elevate usually runs the hill. I mean, you had Candy there just hard anchoring that back P2, and you had Kalo just super soaking the hardpoint. DJ, Yopi slaying their lives out, creating low space, and Sasano just, putting himself wherever the lanes are, lacked on here for his teammates. And, this game couldn't have gotten closer. I feel like this was definitely squeezed to the max, and, well, it was just unfortunate that ALUla wasn't really able to get a final adjustment as to Elevate's dominance there coming through from the last 3 hard points.
Yeah, I completely agree, man. Despite the ending score, I believe that this could have gone either way for both these teams. It's just really a matter now of who played better, who has better decisions, and again, better manipulation of their operator skills, right? It's right here, PJ. Last, again, these sticks right here, these very few precious seconds, 248 to 201. It was, at the end of it all, it was Kalo over there. Hopefully, I hope that actually we would have seen that. But my goodness, 64 eliminations for our MVP PJ right here, Warden. Can we ask for more?
Well, that's going to be a full stack here for the set of PJ. If you know and you know. KD at 1.45. I mean, this is, one of the main reasons why they like to play a map of takeoff. I mean, what they like to do in regards to creating space is not necessarily the SMGs. I mean, the ARs, but more so over the SMGs. Hence why you have PJ and Yopi slaying it out, and you got the ARs just holding things down towards the back, anchoring it for the squads.
A lot of those really come into play here, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see how Search and Destroy is going to slow down the pace here for both our teams and who's going to be adjusting more. As Warden said that Elevate a while ago, they really did make those commendable plays as we head over to Meltdown of S&D. So for those of you who just tuned in, yes, we are at the lower half of our final day here at the Garena Qualifier Group Stage.
Meltdown, Search and Destroy. Remind me, what was my prediction again? This one, it's going to be an ALUla game.
Yeah, let's just say that. And you did say that it was probably going to be a match 4, right? So this right here, if it's going to be an ALUla game, then yes, Warden, we are already guaranteeing your prediction. Minimum, by the way.
Yes, sir. I mean, dude, for the last year and a half already, I've been watching these guys go against each other. And there's just always this trend and fad. And it's not like they haven't really progressed and, you know, let's just say readjusted or anything. It's just that, you know, sometimes the nature just persists to stay the same way. Hey, we'll see about it though. Soon enough, we're going to be loading inside of this game. And, well, everyone is going to be locked and loaded as well. Come again. It's pretty cool now that ALUla and OUG went against each other on CDM, and now ALUla is in the boot camp of OUG. Again, it's a bit of a courtesy call there. Just don't get surprised if you get C Tectonic or Solo or Breezy or 7 sub in. Which is obviously highly illegal. Don't do that. Don't get DQ'd.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, I completely forgot that Tectonic is in OUG now. Legitimately. Oh my goodness. That just gave me chills, bro. Anyways, going back, ladies and gentlemen, this right here is where it's at. This is Search and Destroy. Let's see if there's gonna be a bit of redemption here on the side of ALUla after a hard-fought battle of Hardpoint, you know. And I'd say straight up, again, Warden, let's just echo back to what we mentioned earlier as everybody's still setting up. And I think it's really more towards the side of ALUla, as you mentioned, because they're the boot camp of OUG. So yeah, there's probably a bit of adjustment that's been going on here for our players. Let's ring right back that it was definitely possibly anybody's game for that hard point. Could you say the same for the Search and Destroy here, or are you fixated that it's definitely ALUla?
It's ALUla, bro.
Okay.
Search and Destroy, Elevate. I know. I got quoted by Elevate on Twitter. He's like, "What do you mean, Warden? We're not good in S&D. We'll give you a 9-2." Against ASAP. This is against ALUla, and it's in the map of Meltdown. And well, they are definitely one of the greatest teams there is that we haven't been able to see in the map of Meltdown. So we'll see about it. But you know, we're still waiting for Lucas in to get ready inside of this game before we head straight towards this initial matchup. Once again, this is the third series here for today. Elevate versus ALUla. Elevate already picked up the first map. Let's see if ever ALUla can respond back to their own force.
Yeah, I'm also torn right now, Warden, if so to speak, because ALUla, there's no. We're just gonna talk about like humanity here for a second when it comes to ALUla. Like, there's no way that they're gonna let Elevate walk away with this, with a clean 3-0, much less than Search and Destroy, or any of these modes for that matter. But again, this is still Elevate. There's a reason that they're champs. We've worked with these boys in the past. Not to mention, well, in your case, you've worked with them a lot more. So, statistically speaking, I hate going back and forth when it comes to these matters, but I'm really anxious on how the Search and Destroy is going to be. If you're going to pick a different map for them, though, just a bit of a hot seat question here, where would you put it?
Yes.
Wow, really enlightening there, guys. So.
Because, like, sorry, you gonna answer the question or what?
Well, it kind of did. But at the same time, it didn't, you know. But again,
sorry, Pico. Yep. Okay.
Sometimes I really don't know why I put up with this guy, man. But anybody out there in the comment section, if it's not gonna be. Never mind. It looks like Mission Control has given us the heads up that our boys are ready. Warden, you are a menace sometimes, honestly.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know you guys are waiting for the action to play out, and well, we don't gotta wait anymore. Further ado, let's give it up now for our players here for ALUla and Elevate as we move over now towards a game mode of Search and Destroy Meltdown. To start things off here on the first round, it's going to be a heavy strike here on Bravo, and it's going to be Lucas in fighting Sasano already. Yopi's going to be all alone. The captain is long gone and dusted, and it's now going to be Kalo finding a nade as well as connecting in the process though of the push out. Finds FDX out. Kalo tries to go for the retake quickly just like that. He drops. Clove shuts him away. PG on the mid map as well out the heading side. Clove's going to be able to get one for himself in regards to his deaths rather. That's a 3v2 situation. ALUla, Lucasen finds Skinny out, and now it's going to be the Terminator PGA here all alone.
Oh boy, that last shot by Lucasen was just that was just picture perfect, if so to speak. Here we go. A lot of momentum on the side of ALUla, ladies and gentlemen, especially with Lucasen on a tear so far. PJ surrounded here. Yep, we're looking at a dead man walking here supposedly. Left with no choice but to actually go into enemy line of fire, and that is it. ALUla takes our very first round.
But it's not over yet. Ready up.
As projected. No, I'm kidding.
Already?
Still the first round. What you mean? As projected. Well, for your adjustments, let's see what can the players of Elevate offer for this one. As now we start things off here on a second. They're going to send one guy directly towards the B lane, make it actually the whole squad here, except for Globe on the boiler room. This time, though, Yopi alongside Sasano's going to be trying to hold down the fort. As player 2, PJ and Kalo will try to rack it up here on this boiler room, but the kill is just so dominant here from the side of ALUla. Giants will get taken down, though. Player 3 as well will meet amends up against Kendi, and his coach will not be good. It's 2v1 situation. Gerd and Lucasen. What can you find here from the top side? Sasano shots down Gerd. What a shot! The job's yet no over. Gonna be a wrap here towards the back. Sasano takes up the fight. Lucasen gets the read. Doesn't have to chase him down though. Bomb drop. You know exactly where he's at. And definitely take up a challenge here on his mid map. Or pick up the bomb, get it planted, and play the retake.
Oh, that was beautiful. That was a beautiful evener right there from the side of Sasano. But now there's going to be an SKS versus SKS here, ladies and gentlemen. The first person who lays eyes on the opposition is definitely going to go for that frag. Slowly but surely, Sasano. Great positioning here, and yep, just like that. Caught Lucasen slacking for a split second. Manages to tie things up 1-1.
Not a sigh of relief there for Sasano. He looked up in the air. It's like, thank God. Wasn't looking my direction because you know if you give that slight opening for the side of Lucas and he's gonna try to take it away from you. Hey, now we go a bit of a split now here for the side of ALUla. Try reconnecting inside of the game just a little bit though. Yes, P Clove already finding PJ here, but he's not gonna be able to win a gunfight. Yo, P checks up as well here on the boiler room. This might be another chain of a round you win here for the side of Elevate. Not unless we get to see an opener here from the side of Chai or Lucasen on Bravo.
That might be the case. Here we go. Jai just needs a few inches to work with here. But no. Immediately retreats. Finds one there. Uh-oh. Let's see. Bit of tension here so far. Deafening silence here for both. And ALUla right now, experiencing that pressure. They're down by 1. And that objective might have to hold for at least another half minute.
So push comes around. Loving the patient game here for the side of Elevate. He's just waiting for things to happen on an ace side, but no player right around here for the side of ALUla. Nasty Ghost is on a pulse a few shots away. Off the heading giant gets hit marked, and FDX finds a double. Sasano, Kalo, out. But an aggressive extensive push here for Lucas and gets him punished. And all of a sudden, the numbers going to be all equal once again. It's 3v3. There's only going to be 30 seconds left on the clock. You got to make a decision now if you're on the side of ALUla.
Crucial decisions here, Gordon. Here we go. And FDX finds Yopi. Down to the last couple, and there's already a ticking bomb here. So Kendi, he has to make it count, and he does. Evening up the numbers. PJ, what's the response going to look like? Does land a notification there. Bit of a hit mark. There we go, but a clean shot from PJ. Remember, the cavalry is still around. Kendi is just looking over the horizon. But never mind, ladies and gentlemen. PJ gets those substantial frags and the defuse. Elevate. Getting that lead here.
Yeah, pretty strong recovery here ever since the loss of John the first round. I'm not gonna say they hurt me, but they're definitely pretty happy about this. Last two segments now here on the Search and Destroy. Now we move over now towards the fourth. PJ already 6 eliminations, by the way. This guy dropped 64 on the hardpoint game. Look at the players of Elevate here. Really taking a gamble. It's going to be an A-side push. FTX here leads in the charge. Takes point. PJ Susano gets the first and the second. Clove there for the trade. A bit of a back and forth here, but PJ is still going to be alive and kicking. He's going to be able to find a third here for the squad. A second here for Jai as he takes away Kalo, his mentor. Now it's going to be a 2v3 here. Looking to back away. Bombs drop though. Pressure's on the side here for the side of ALUla, but Lucas in shuts down Kendi. Now it's a 2v2, 2v1. Yo, P finds Jai away. Lucas in quick for the trade. And it's now a rematch between PJ and Lucasen. He can get this one down though.
Oh, very deadly though on the side of PJ. He doesn't have that range advantage here. If Lucasen does spot him from a mile away, then that's probably over for PJ. Remember, a while ago, he was really fortunate that he was able to spot Lucasen looking at a different direction. So this might not be the case. Objective is also not on board here. Let's see if Lucasen's going to go for that. PJ really understanding, you see, that he knows where the bomb is. All he has to do is lure Lucasen there.
But it's silence for the time being. And the moment truly intensifies. You just gotta be right around on the side of the staircase. 30 seconds off the clock. I think PJ has found visuals off the bomb as well. So once Lucas picks this one up, we will definitely expect PJ to react to this.
Oh no!
Attacking every little bit of corner. And it might just be the perfect timing and for PJ to shut it all away. Elevate, they extend their lead by 2.
PJ wins the rematch once again, but this time point blank against Lucasen. Wonderful shot. And definitely an intelligent play, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Elevate 3-1. Warden sweating bullets.
Heavy stack here for Elevate on the mid-map. Charge here. Susano has been spotted out by Jai. Please no avail, not just yet. Got 2 players to worry about here if you're on the side of Susano. Jai there on the backside. FTX posted up there on Naz in the process too. Nate flies by. Yopi finds the first. SKAERI gets a trade off Kendi. Susano takes away Jai. Numbers here looking quite bright once again here for the side of Elevate. Not until FTX shuts down Susano. Now we're back to a 3v3.
I like that, especially the exchange of nades. That was hilarious. But at the same time, it was bound to happen sooner or later. Here we go. But Kalo picking off FDX and does get traded off by Lucasen as well. Lucasen is out of there. Care of Yopi. Now here we go. SKAERI, how's he going to handle this? Yes, again a one-on-one. And once more, PJ, last man standing.
Now this time up against SKAERI. Was able to take down Lucasen earlier. Doesn't see him though. Takes up the 5. Takes up the reach out as well. But both players missing. 2 more bullets to go, but Peter runs away for their life. He's gonna be able to stay alive. Doesn't have to chase him down though. But PJ extends out himself. Knows for a fact that SKAERI's gonna be there on that alpha side. Plays off the heady instead.
The bomb has been planted.
I'm gonna get planted now. Next how he sees him. Oh my god, PJ. The discipline is so good.
Oh my goodness.
PJ. Back-to-back 1v1 victory for him, Sai. Oh my.
Get ready for the next round.
This genius. Oh my goodness. The plays, Warden. I don't think there's any other way to put it. He's from the future, bro. He's seen this. I am lost for words here, my guy. That was... And you know me, I would always give praise to anybody with a shotgun, but right there, PJ, endless bows to you, man. Okay, here we go. Lucasen spots 1. Unable to close out anything, though. Has to go for a rotation real quick.
Here, aggression here. Elevates no hero for this round. 2 pushes there for Yopi and PJ on the bottom side of the bridge, but just quickly gets stopped here by Lucasen. Yopi's back to his favorite spot off this map of Meltdown. Back to the boiler he goes. Kendi finds Lucas in already. Not really the best signs. But hey, FDX takes away Susano. Former teammates, by the way, back in Tyrant. But now, move over. It will be a bit of a toss-up here. A lot of individual gunfights. The bush is definitely headed straight towards Bravo. FDX gets shut down by Kalo. Clove there for the trade. Finds the OP away. Instead of the side that will be Kalo. Looking to get the last bullet to connect, but Kendi beats him to it. Scourge now here in a 1v2 situation. It is still going to be alive and kicking. Same goes for the side of Kendi. This is a pretty healthy round here. Speedy shuts it down once again. Last 3 rounds has always been PJ that has been able to put the nail to the coffin for the players of ALUla.
What is he on right now, bro? PJ is on a different level. My gosh, with 11 eliminations to his name already. And not once has PJ sat down, at least for the previous rounds. He has not once sat down and watched somebody else close the round for him.
When you talk about a man that is on a roll, it's definitely PJ, man. 11 already. 1 defusal as well. But now on the other side of the map, Jai and Lucas then finds OP and Susano. You hate to see it now here for the side of Elevate. Skirt's looking to get an angle as well here towards the direction of Kendi. As we speak, PJ and Kalo alongside Kendi has to hold their grounds here if they want to extend their lead even more. Or can we finally stop the bleeding here as Kendi gets the punch down, finds the FDX out, close the way Kendi. The 2v4ers, Cope's not going to connect. Kalo backs away, offers a reset. Player 1, Clove, tries to tail him down. Big mistake for you, sir. And Skirt's going to be right around as well. The hip fire is good for Kalo. And PJ shuts another one down. Oh my God. PJ smiling and laughing. They know.
And right at the very moment that I did, man, right at the very second that I did laugh at that elimination by PJ, my goodness, like I said, the guy has not seen what it's like to be in the perspective of his teammates for the past number of rounds. He continues to be one of the last men standing, if not the last. Oh my days, bro. 6-1. Let's see. Susano, initial fire there, but does get picked off by Jai immediately, right on the noggin.
No, Yopi's not going to waste any time as well. Finds the first. In the trade, gets shut down by Scared. There we go. A bit of numbers now here. Starting to show here for the side of ALUla SC. Kendi's now going to be all alone in this 1v2. FDX, Luke is in on the top side. FDX pushes up there on Boiler side, and they don't want to take this fight here up front. They want to call for the rotation here on this mid map directly towards the ace side. We finally see a bit of a stopper here for the side of ALUla. We are now currently at the last round of this first half.
Oh, there we go. Just a little too late on the scope. ALUla stops the bleeding here, Warden. 6-2. Oh boy. And we're gonna go to a very crucial switch here, where ALUla at least managed to bag 1 round on the board. It's still quite a bit of a hike here on the side of ALUla, as they have to chase 4 more rounds. But man, has the damage been done, especially by the hands of PJ.
And over. Bit of hesitation out here for the side of Elevate. Clove tries to trail down 1 player there, but Kendi stays alive. A look at the call here and the read from the side of Elevate. Perfect. Himself on Bravo. You got Halo out, extended out as well. Able to get the first here. Looking to get the second as well. Up against Lucas in, but nope. Doesn't get traded on, but the side is quite open for them to get the bomb plant.
Yeah, basically all the signs point to the possibility of 1 plant. But here we go, PJ. Proper angling here near the window. Is he going to be able to pick off 1 more? 14 eliminations already, and we're not even done, ladies and gentlemen. Jai does pick off Yopi, though. And Susano, getting himself a couple. PJ is in a bit of trouble here.
Oh, Kendi finds Scourge. Guy's now going to be inside of the sector all alone. Lucas is going to be playing off the cross as well. Now Kendi's here. Can he get the shot? He does so. That's the 1v1. Jai there from the top. Can he make him drop? And the answer is yes. And more than enough time to get the defusal as well. ALUla is good for the first round of the second half.
Oh, is this it? Is this gonna be? This is gonna be the different hour here on the side of ALUla. Oh boy. Now this is scary. This right here is gonna be a bit of a dread on the side of Elevate, man. They worked so hard to get such a lead. Not to mention we have PJ over here cracked out of his mind. And still, we might have a closer match than we think. You did call this out, Martin, but there's a big possibility that this is going to gear towards ALUla. And there it is. Speaking of ALUla, Jai already picking off Yopi right then and there.
Yeah, first blood, then and done, making the second as well as FDX finds Tano. And oh no. Look at it. Thoroughly checks out. Guy finds PJ. Halo gets taken down by Lucas in, and now it's going to be Kennedy here to Marksman. The sniper will get denied. ALUla all of a sudden drops the lead to only 2 here for the side of Elevate.
And without a single casualty to boot here, folks. ALUla might be waking up. This is, they have heard the rooster crow. This might be the case here for ALUla. They don't want to stay on that deficit. Here we go. Jai once again finding one, but unable to pick one off. And PJ with a beautiful nade on Jai manages to narrow the numbers down by 1.
You're not liking this for ALUla. On tracking distance, stop the bleeding and equalize the game, but all of a sudden you lose the first number. But fortunately enough, though, Lucas takes away the first. Up against Elevate. Love not wasting time, finds PJ out as well. Kayla takes away Skirt. A bit of a trade situation now, and all of a sudden the players of ALUla able to clean it up with a quick run here off the retake. And now the scoreline is going to be 6-5 here, Pika.
Oh,
Damn,
man.
nearly tied up now.
It's not over yet. Ready up.
Here we go. You know, you guys may not be seeing Warden, but all this time he has not actually he has not actually been nervous for a split second at all. I think this is all according to Kikaku in Warden's book. Probably him really does seeing he really is seeing the future right now. He really is predicting all of this. Actually, not predicting. He's spoiling it for us. Here we go. Oh,
no
man.
way. Kalo's giving right around. Low. Takes out Kalo. FDX finds PJ away. Sorry to cut you off, Pika, but the action's non-stop.
Let's get
Having
it.
a hard time transitioning. Same goes for the players of Elevate as well. They can't transition out away from the dominance putting through, but the players of ALUla on this round. And as we thought that the players of Elevate would be able to run away with this one. A big punch now from Kennedy, though. Finds Skirt away. Yopi making a development already. Knows for a fact one player there on the boil room at FDX. Good for the read. Now the scoreline is going to be 6 for 6.
It's not over yet.
Oh, boy.
What the hell is... Pretty good, bro.
I wish I could answer that for you as well, Warden. I'm just as shocked as you are, but here we go. ALUla, finally, right here on even footing with Elevate. 6-6. Looks like this is going to be a very A play over here on the side of ALUla. And whoa, what happened to Skirt? That is huge.
Oh, but it doesn't matter here. FDX making and compensating for it. Able to find a double as well. Now it's a 2v2 situation. Lucas and Jai. Marksman coming through. Kennedy good for 2. And it's all going to come down to Lucas and to prove the numbers right here for the set of ALUla and prove and show the COD community what they want. On 6-7.
The bomb has been planted.
Well, let's not forget, remember yesterday that Candy is one of the most, honestly, one of the most powerful forces in their search and destroy, scoring two 1v4s by himself, ladies and gentlemen. So this right here, and plus with the cavalry, just looking over the horizon here in Yopi. Yeah, there it is. Candy, ladies and gentlemen, was already in position. All of that just to get ahead of ALUla one more round.
They do stop the bleeding. A bit of a tease there, to be honest. It's like, oh, you got the game tied up. Well, will you get the lead? Nah, not that easy. All right. Focus this time around here for Elevate. Look at this stun though, connects against 5 players. We get to see already that the players of Elevate is running it down here on Bravo. FDX, Lucas in out, sitting this one out here for this round. The retake will be coming out a bit quick here though. Alongside Clove, just trying to run down the boiler room here, but we'll lose one player in exchange for another. And it's going to be Kalo fighting Jai away. Escort here will get taken down. You get to see in the face cams here for the players. Pilot, I was not too happy with what's happening inside of this game of Meltdown.
Oh, yeah. All the valiant effort of ALUla slowly looks a bit blurry now, ladies and gentlemen, as Elevate is in their potential match point here. Should they be able to hold this one more time? And what seemed to be a downward spiral for them just really got turned around. Here we go. So Clove
Nice off the
by
contact position
himself.
here for Clove. Buying a bit more as well. Puts himself here on the top side. Give a razzle and a dazzle there, but Yopi gets the Punisher from the back. Takes away Lucas in. And all grace here for the side of Elevate. So you got 2 players out already at map point. Susano a bit of a fight, doesn't have to deal with him. But PJ extends himself out, gets punished by FDX. A bit of a mixed up situation here. Susano's gonna be out in the open, just waiting for time. Takes up the fight, backs away, and from the top, that's going to be Kalo as well, being a nuisance, and he finds a double, and now it's going to be FDX all alone. Yep, he feels it, he knows it. Paladin was just like, you do whatever, child. You do whatever. He's not really too entirely impressed. How can you afford to do this in front of your coach, FDX? Such a naughty man, bro. Paladin was just like, all it raps, man. Just send it to a game free.
And no reprimands inside there, Warden. So they really know it is all part of the plan. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, once again to Elevate. And I know that as Warden may have been wrong with this prediction, it doesn't bother it at all because Elevate just played that masterfully. We're calling it right now. PJ probably the MVP here because this man, for some reason, was just on a whole different mindset.
Yeah. Warden. Elevate. Twitter. Don't quote me. Don't quote me, please. I'm begging you. Just don't quote me. I'll stop shading you all in search and destroy. I promise. I really do promise.
It's your fault. Then again, man, let's just take a look back at some of the action here, buddy, because I know you already have your hands full in there trying to explain yourself after said prediction, right? I'm pretty sure it's blowing up all over your social media. Warden, what'd you say? What'd you say to us a while ago? Especially those in
nothing, absolutely nothing, man.
Anyways, going back. So here we go. So Susano right there, he did get a little bit of an advantage, but PJ in this particular match over here, in this particular few rounds, was just so... He was so precise. And he had such intelligent plays altogether. Just like that.
The comment section going quite loud for FBX on the final moment. We see it. But now, ladies and gentlemen, do have some side information as well. Apparently, there has been a bit of a technical difficulty in regards to ALUla's communications as well. All because of their setups, but then again, doesn't really change the fact that they do lose this one rightfully. A win is a win, and Elevate will take it for sure. I'm not too certain how this one's going to play out now here on this game 3. I was expecting to lose a game 4, but it seems like we're going to be getting another clean slate, bro.
Yeah, with this momentum on their side, not to mention, and you did say there's a change of terrain on the side of ALUla. Granted that they are at a different boot camp right now. It is kind of,
oh my god,
kind of valid. But yes, here we go. Without a doubt here, 18 eliminations with a 2.0 KDA. PJ, for at least 4 rounds a while ago, was unscathed. He was untouchable, Warden. And this MVP right here, much deserved.
Yeah, dude. 18 eliminations for PJ and a KDA of 2.0. This guy is, let's just say, a player that doesn't really want to toy around too much. Want to get this day over with. Want to have that, you know, that stand of statement where we ain't losing once again against you guys. And look at the differential here up against Yopi. 8 for Yopi, 18 for PJ. A bit of a fight there as well for Kelly, of course, title for 13 as well. Not on the other side, FPX was definitely trying to carry the weight, but the rest of the squad here, I mean, it was a pretty high killing game for everyone in this lobby. In regards to that, when it came down to cohesion and getting the last and final elimination for the VIZUALZ, It was Elevate that had a better look.
Oh, yes. And a beautiful one of that. Here we go. We're headed straight to control, ladies and gentlemen, with Raid. And as Warden would say, this will more likely than not be, you know, if I recall correctly, this is going to be an Elevate map. So if that's going to be the case here, then yes, Warden, we are going to grant you that 3-0 supposedly. Should that be how it's going to look like here with ALUla not able to get anything significant started just yet. Fingers crossed here. Anything can still happen. And ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who just tuned in, this is the third map of our third series here today for the Garena Qualifiers Day.
Ooh, too soon though. Now we are going to be transitioning on to game number 3, baby. It is going to be in control. I mean, just for projection's sakes, I still somewhat expect a game 4, but Elevate, they seem pretty hungry. They got through that map of hardpoint takeoff pretty convincingly well. Same goes for the search and destroy as well. So let's see how this one's going to pan out now as we load inside of this map. Here we go. Elevate, one more map. It's all it's going to take for them to win off the series, as ALUla hasn't been able to find any respondment coming from the first and the second.
Go!
See, go for the break off. Epic strike here on the mid map. ALUla, they lead it.
Okay. This is it. This is the adrenaline rush that we're talking about, Warden. Look at that. These spawns are falling like flies here. 29 to 23. That first elimination was not really anything that ALUla will be bothered by as they slowly make their way towards Bravo. Look at that.
I see down here for them. Yep, that's a pretty hungry ALUla we're seeing already. Take a look at the spawn trap as well. 16 to 26 now. FDX here posted up here on the top side. As 2 players on the courts, 3 players there on laundries. Elevate looking like they want to try to gain some more map control to try to play off the spawn trap, or probably the lives rather, because they are down by a lot, up by 8. ALUla they go.
Oh boy, 21 to 16 here, and no sight of any objective being captured just yet, aside from A. Well, Alpha's already moving quick. Let's see if this is going to do favors for ALUla. Should they be able to add another 60 seconds to the clock? There we go. Pred missile is good. 18 to 13 now. Slowly the gap is shortening here, Warden.
Please so. And as it comes through, 13 to 14. Fights coming through. PJ, a bit of frustration here and there. But ALUla, though, they need to go for a capture now here on Bravo. Gonna withstand the next 2 waves of gunfights, or can Elevate finding means to get the retake regardless. If they do so, this might just be the end here for the side of ALUla on this round itself. One more player to worry about. It's going to be Skirt as well getting pushed out. And now it's going to be ALUla here scrambling across the mid-map, looking to try to find a leeway or a window to go through from to extend the game even more here off this round. 7-for-7 will be the scoreline off in regards to the lifeline rather. But the Auburn is going to be out here, FPX in Desperado mode to provide this round here for their side.
Uh-oh, here we go. 5 to 6. FDX. He has to try and close this out as soon as possible. There are no more respawns left here for the entire squad. And Bravo has been lost. We have 1 more minute to go before Elevate can actually at least try, well, at least for them to try to capitalize on this. ALUla has 1 respawn leverage here.
Uh-oh. They set a pleasure here for each. And Peter, what's he got by with Clove? He stays alive, drops the smoke. Luke is in. Looking to go for a hunt. Has Kalo on the other side. Barrow's out for Yopi. Shuts down Clove. Went out for an investment. 1 from the bottom, 1 from the top to Sano. Will get tagged up. Kalo's gonna be right around as well. Looking to pop the hunter killer drone, but gets beat into it by Kalo. And now it's gonna be scared. And Luke is in. Inside of the control point. Trying to scramble. Dopey. Looking to take the long route here towards the back. PJ's gonna be out here with the Annihilator as well. It all boils down to this. 1 good hold. There's ALUla need, but Annihilator. Showtime for PJ. No sure fact, 1 guy's gonna be on the ticket side, and now only 1 player remains. Yopi Kalo comes out huge. PJ, no value out of the Annihilator, but just for extra measure, have to whip it out, and that gets them this first round, surprisingly able to get a recovery and to come back.
Yeah, that is the word right there, Warden. It is a recovered round here on the side of Elevate. After what looked like a one-sided carnage in favor of ALUla, they were able to turn things around. Now let's see. Bravo already ticking here. And honestly, the first round use of operator skills was wild, but it was really, really effective.
Equal break off here for each side. A bit of a prominent push here for the players of ALUla here on Bravo. FDX will be able to, well, find himself out here off this way, but Skirt and Luke isn't able to double it down. And now it's going to be Skirt here, posted up here on the driveways. Sasano and Yopi right around, finds the first Yopi and Sasano, they're good for the trade. The ski equalizer is going to be out here for Clove, though, as he finds a triple for himself. Look at the quad here. Kenny's going to be right around as well, gets punished. The life count once again favoring the players and boys of ALUla.
Here we go. Candy able to survive that encounter against Jai, but does get picked up by Lucas and already activating his Annihilator. 15 to 20. Bravo still yet to be captured, as well as Alpha. We are ticking the clock down to our last 25 seconds. And this is a lot longer than earlier, Warden. I don't see any ways for Alpha and or Bravo here to be seen. So this is going to be a lot of frags, a lot of eliminations. 10 to 16 here in favor of ALUla. Oh,
nice Annihilator here for the side of Lucas. And oh boy, finally gets shut down. Sano and Candy trying to provide a lifeline once again, but even if they try to go for the fight, no time left whatsoever. They will lose this one bit objective, but no. They find one here directly inside the control point. Spirit's gonna be right around as well, stuck to 0 seconds. They're gonna play and hold on for their life. They go for a divide and conquer, and Yopi wins a 1v2 here. Has this power to work with as well. The capture can definitely persist to happen here on Bravo, alongside Alpha as well. They put a stopper into it. No way we get to see this one go to the side of Elevate. It's a 2v6 situation. PJ extends himself out, has one player just on his outer lane, and unfortunately they lose by the time. ALUla, they get this round for their side.
Again, right there, it wasn't really a matter of objective anymore, ladies and gentlemen. The clock and the manpower were just really too much to handle on the side of Elevate. Let's see how this is going to unfold. Warden, 1-1. Yep, this is going to be a very, very tough one to call right down the middle.
Definitely, as we get to see now here, games tied up here for each and a big of a strike now here on Alpha. But before we commentate and cast over these gameplay, let's have a bit of a breather here and let's hear the communication here for both Elevate and ALUla.
Okay, go.
Enemy down.
Dalawa po kasi.
Siyempre nasa... Full box na, full box. Bar, side bar.
FD akin dyan, trap lang.
Drive it, PJ, drive it, PJ. Two kitchen. Going mid. One over zig, PJ. You going girl?
Ay, one big. First one, third pillar. One more zig, going Steves.
Well, unlike the last two rounds here, this time it's going to be Elevate that will be able to win a lot of the bulky kills here off the breakup, and they're going to be able to find himself in a pretty convincing lead here for the life count.
Not to mention, man, the clock is ticking with them in the lead here. So this is very important. Let's not forget, the objectives were not involved earlier in the previous victory of ALUla. So this right here, big question mark. And that was down to the last second, by the way. We were at 0-0 earlier. FDX finds Yopi, though, via Predator Missile. Let's see if the 13 lives here is going to prove useful on the side of Elevate.
Uh-oh, nice bit of recovery now here for the side of ALUla. Clove's now going to be out here with the equalizer as well. Player 4, 2, and 5. That is going to be, well, Mr. Sasano and Kendi and PJ trying to make a break here from the back. Now the information is relayed as well that equalizer is going to be developing a push here towards the back, and well does get taken down. Bit of a push out here, but they do get stopped into it as well, and they might just lose the same way Elevate did on the previous, and that is going to be due to the time duration. No one's playing objective whatsoever here, man. They just want to play for the slays.
Exactly. This time around, it was a lot closer. You see how the Bravo, the 2/3 of Bravo, rather, was complete, and they were so close to seizing it already. But ladies and gentlemen, if Elevate manages to close out this round, then this is probably one of their cleanest sweeps ever, at least so far. Here we go. Lucas in already with the Annihilator, picks off 2.
Grenade out.
Uh-oh. Looking to get some more as well here. As he approaches mid-map, extends out 3 of his teammates as well here on the laundry store. PG with his own annihilator as well. Shuts down. Gets shut down by Lucas Dinrada. And now the capture still persists to happen here on Bravo, with Kenny's able to win those 2 gunfights. Susano with 12 finds a 3 spray, and all 3 players here from the set of Elevate is racking up the objective here on Bravo.
Oh boy, 23-20. Spyro's out here for EOP. Oh, but again, there it is. You hate to see it. You hate to see those self-inflicted casualties. They do count, ladies and gentlemen. So 19-17 here, and Bravo already 2/3 complete. Let's see if Elevate once again manages to keep this lead. Candy able to do so, as well as Asano. Gets traded off 17-13. The lead is slowly broadening again here, Warden. PJ already has the Annihilator out.
Elevate checks rock. Able to get the key. Time extension now here coming from the capture here on Bravo as Joe Peak sends out as well, clears out the laundry station. Looking to get more here towards the back end of mid side. Player 4, Susano, gonna be right around Lucas and toss him away. Power's gonna be out here for the skirt, and the nade connects as well. 12-6 here. Live double down for the side of Elevate. And there will be no more research whatsoever here for the side of ALUla. And as I thought that this game would go down to the wire, this series as well, the players of Elevate just needs 5 more lives to take away for them to be able to win the series on a clean slate. Last 4 remaining. Club, the Indonesian, sitting this one out. All remains is the 3 Filipinos and the Brazilian to try to make something work here off this round. But the players of Elevate, they take it a bit slower. They want to set up play. They don't want to get complacent. They don't want to give no opportunities for that round 5 to pave in for the squad of ALUla. But in the process of this statement, FTX gets robbed. EJ regains control on this money room as he shuts down Giants. Now all going to come down to Lucas in on the court side that will remain, as Kurt will get taken down by PJ as well. Elevate, they win with sheer force and dominance here in this series.
Look at that. Still remaining poker-faced, even at the side of victory here, ladies and gentlemen. Elevate, they know that the job is not done. However, they managed to take down the top 1 of our group stage here in the form of ALUla in a 3-0.
Ooh, it's really unfortunate here for the side of ALUla. Come again. They do face a bit of a technical issue as well, since they are playing in our esports client, and in some way there has been a in regards to, well, the communications. So there has been some connectivity issues that has been blocked off, but unfortunately for them, they had to persist and play the series out. Still respects inside of ALUla, despite all of the problems that they had from their own internal side. But hey, It is what it is. Elevate, they'll still win this one rightfully well.
You gotta take the W regardless here. It is still the group stage qualifiers, and let's not forget, ALUla, leading up until here, they have been untouchable. So this, again, Elevate, or at least statistically, they've been the most dominant team so far. Let's see how they're gonna bounce back from this, at least after the group stage, because they're pretty much secured already. Now, here we go. Back to the action here. And what looked like previously, just like what we're seeing now, Warden, it looked like ALUla was finally gonna bag a round on the board up until Elevate was able to retake that from them.
Truly. Well, it is what it is, and just gonna move on now towards the playoffs. Regardless, Elevate will be the #1 team in the seed. So, yeah, congratulations for them overall.
And of course, that does not conclude our evening here, ladies and gentlemen. So please stick around. We know for a fact that we still have 1 series to go. And this right here, in a shocker of a result, for those of you who just tuned in, heavily geared towards Elevate. Not to say that they didn't get a scratch out of this, with ALUla picking off 1 point here in this control. But right there, just a lot of Elevate all over the place.
Whew, and now, just like that, man, I mean, so far today has been the fastest that I've personally experienced here in a weekend broadcast. But MVP for this control is no other than Peter himself, and when he goes back to back to back, let's just say he will be the series MVP for sure.
Yeah, and a very, very safe assumption here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. Moving forward. Yeah, there we go. Statistically, look at that. 31 eliminations by PJ. If there's any, honestly, if there's any dispute right now towards how PJ performed, that's probably going to be coming from his own team. But from any of the opponents that he's faced today, they know that PJ is goated for this particular set. So good job, Elevate.
Yeah, great, absolute job here for them. And with that being said, I mean, the action's still not going to be stopping at all here, though. But before that, let's talk about the rundown of the maps and modes. 252 will be given for the set of Elevate here on the hardpoint takeoff. 9-6 on the Meltdown Search and Destroy, and 3-1 on the raid control. Every game mode, to be honest, went down pretty close, even though you might say the otherwise if you look at the whole surface of the stat line. But when you try to decipher what went down per hill on the hardpoint game mode, per round on the Search and Destroy and Control, it was definitely a back and forth.
Oh yeah, man. Like, closure aside, it is definitely a very close set for most of the teams, and or rather for both teams. It is pretty insane as well what we had to witness, especially here at Meltdown. It seemed like ALUla finally was able to figure out as that formula to turn the tides. But again, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of it all, Elevate rises to the top. As Warden would say, they snagged the top spot already away from ALUla at this point.
Oh, truly. And well, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that will be our third series winner. Elevate, they take down the squad of ALUla. Athleta says so. And it'll be our #1 team leading up to the playoffs. But what lies next, to be honest, is, well, for that, I've been wanting to hype up this series #4, but let's talk about our series MVP. 113 eliminations, KDA 1.55. That will be Elevate PJ. And I'm drawing back to my statement. It will be not really necessarily a battle on who will fight the #4 spot. It's just mostly VIZUALZ SKAERI that will be put to the test. They need to win the series, which is very likely to do so. They are up against ASAP. So if they do lose that, then that's their odds for the playoffs. It's currently right now sitting on the #4 spot is, well, the squad of FREESLOT. VIZUALZ SKAERI, they need to win this one dominantly if they want to take away the slot there from FREESLOT.
Yeah, I would say so, man, and convincingly, just to make sure that they do keep that #4 spot. I'll say this right now, FREESLOT, with all the valiant efforts that they put forward here, Warden, they're still in danger. So for those of you who are watching right now, please do keep an eye on these standings, because this is going to be shaken up with our final series of the evening.
Got back towards the whole rundown here for the series, and it will be a 3-0 here for the side of ALUla Club. Elevate dominated all throughout in regards to the initial stat line, but hey, we closed it out. We'll see them on the playoffs, and now comes next is going to be, well, a matchup here between VIZUALZ SKAERI and ASAP. Pika, down to the last and final series, not just for today, but for the overall group stage. How do you feel about this, man?
It's honestly, I want more, but at the same time, it is just the nature of competition, man. We built up 8 solid days of the group stage. That's no joke, especially for our competitors. So it is what it is, as we would say, and competition has to come to an end after all.
Yep, definitely. And well, you got to settle down towards the next stage of the competition, aka the playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, after this day ends, the next action that will be happening for the Garena Qualifiers for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2026 will be happening on the 29th to the 30th. Before that, though, let's tally up the initial games that we'll be having here for today. Up next, it will be VIZUALZ SKAERI PH up against ASAP, and that will be happening after this break. We'll be right back, guys.
eliminated.
The true Omega is upon us right now, ladies and gentlemen, for the group stage of the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Qualifiers Day 8. I'm Speaker, still joined by Warden. And yes, you blinked, and it's already our final set of the evening.
Well, definitely. Well, with that being said, we're down towards our last and final one here. It's going to be VIZUALZ, SKAERI, and ASAP here, Pika. So, what can we see here, man? I mean, to be honest, all they got to do is just win the series. That's it. They're top 4. If ever ASAP comes away with a win, then FREESLOT will retain their odds and, well, qualify for the playoffs.
Yeah, you know, realistically speaking, that is going to be a heartbreaker for VIZUALZ, SKAERI right there, as they're going to get gate kept, supposedly, if that might be the case here, by ASAP, because ASAP has nothing to lose now. All they got to do now is get in the way of VIZUALZ, SKAERI, and that's going to shatter their dreams of making it to the playoffs, Warden. Can you believe how tragic that sounds?
Yeah, I mean, it would be kind of funny for a set of ASAP to lose every little bit of games in the group stage, and all of a sudden they win the last one where it kind of matters the most for the side of VIZUALZ, SKAERI. So, we're taking a look at the side of the feed here. As of this moment, you have Elevate, ALUla Club, Rival Esports at the 1st to the 3rd. This number 4 spot is looking to be contested by VIZUALZ, SKAERI. And if they do, and eventually they'll do, and most likely they will win the series up against ASAP. So I'm not too certain how to feel about this, but hey, you know what? All odds favor the place of VIZUALZ, SKAERI, but I'm playing devil's advocate here. I'm going to go for ASAP for this series.
Oh, I like that. I like that, Warden. That right there. You believe in the glory of the underdog. Yep. Okay, just low clap, ladies and gentlemen. Take off hard point to begin with. We're gonna go to firing range and standoff. Very, very familiar map to close out our evening here and the group stage. We're gonna see a little later on if, and again, big if FREESLOT is gonna be able to retain that number 4 spot with all their fingers crossed. This right here, and keeping themselves at the edge of their seats, Warden. That's gonna be terrifying and, all pun intended, scary.
Yeah. I mean, at the same time, I think SKAERI would definitely want to get the playoff slot ASAP. With all pun intended was once again as well. Well, the wordplay is going crazy, I would say. But now, I mean, the takeoff hardpoint is definitely going to set the tone. We did see this one play out up against ALUla and Elevate, and it was so enjoyable, so entertaining. But now we move over here with both VIZUALZ SKAERI and as soon as possible. And to be honest, VIZUALZ SKAERI, this is one of the strongest suits. This is one of the strongest maps, and I feel like when you take a look at game 1, 3, and 5, it favors highly so much for the players of VIZUALZ SKAERI. It might be the same thing as well for the game 2 as well. And to be honest, I've been trying to be honest, so honest. The way that the maps are rotating, it does have a pretty high potential that it could go down to a 3-0 here for VIZUALZ SKAERI. Iron and Search and Destroy is something that they're notorious with as well. Stand Up Control, Mamra, Pickle, Sebio, they're absolutely immaculate in that map. But ASAP, they can definitely clear this one through, especially on that Stand Up Control. If they can get this game too far in range, because to be honest, my ways and intention in regards to projecting how this one's going to play out, if ever this will be an ASAP win, they got to get the game 2 first, curve it to a game 3, forget about game 4 and settle it down in game 5.
Yeah, that's it. That's at least speaking positively here, ladies and gentlemen. But again, Warden did make good points there when it came to, you know, the usual suspects that we see MVPs here. And every single name that he mentioned has had their share of MVPs. So these three particular players up top here, as you're looking at VIZUALZ SKAERI, they've already established themselves as massive threats, not just for the, honestly, for the Garena qualifiers, but all throughout these tournaments prior. Now here we go. Big pressure, big, honestly, very, very big stakes here on the side of ASAP. Not for the glory anymore, but rather to make sure that the rest of the world remembers their name. You know, this is more glory than the gold.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, talking about players that has been able to put a mark here so far in this competition. I mean, one of our favorite, you know, is AK. This guy is a definite combo breaker when it comes down to making some plays here for squad of ASAP. And well, for the side of VIZUALZ SKAERI, everyone has been able to pop off. But if there was any player that kind of was lacking here for the side of VIZUALZ SKAERI, it has been Chroma as well. But then again, we will definitely see soon in regards to if he is able to, you know, shine a little bit better here up against the matchup here with ASAP. Looking like they are trying to load inside of the game as quickly as possible. And looking like we are now heading straight towards this run. So here we go, Pika. Down towards our last series for today. It will be as soon as possible up against VIZUALZ SKAERI as we head straight to a map and take off hardpoint. Pika, let's get it on.
All right, the engine has started here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who's going to start things off with authority. Never mind, though. I was going to say that it is VIZUALZ SKAERI who did take the first blood. But look at that. ASAP just looking over the corners here, making sure that no more further attempts on the side of VIZUALZ SKAERI is actually going to happen. Oh, never mind. They did take 1 second on the board. You know, let's also mention, Warden, that you're right, or at least I will mention it, that Chroma didn't kind of turn up as much as I would expect him here in the group stage, honestly.
And Chroma's kind of a bridge in regards to playing the AR role alongside the SMG. You could put him on the shotgun as well. It's just that he might be just a little bit shaky as he hasn't been getting too much reps here. But hey,
right.
Strong in here side of the game here so far. I mean, VIZUALZ P8, VIZUALZ SKAERI rather, has been doing miraculous work here on this P1, and they are starting to show a lot of dominance here coming through. And we have been asking for Chroma to step it up, and just like that, he goes on a 6-3 here right off the break off.
Oh, we like that. Sometimes it's always the jinxing that causes the best results here, ladies and gentlemen. Now here we go. P2 is up, and it is very evident that it is going to be a solid P1 here on the side of VIZUALZ SKAERI. Can we say the same? Because ASAP right now seems to be taking control and playing catch-up here via P2.
Well, a nice start here for the side of ASAP here on the transition. Noob's trying to make it a play, but unfortunately for him, shuts down by Rex. AK finds Sebio Wade. The best as well takes away Chroma. Mamra invests out to Tempest. Looking to get the value out of it though, but unfortunately this gets dropped immediately. And from the back, Rex good for another Can he find a triple? And the answer is no. AK, the punch down is good, but Visual Scary just a bit better off these runs.
That he was, man. Now here we go. I'd say at this point, ASAP, for whatever it's worth, they already got a bunch of points from that hard point. But now, Visual Scary, they understand the gravity of the situation here. They have to make convincing plays here. More so a convincing win. 5 seconds to go before P3 opens. Let's see. It looks like, you know, at the blunt of it, it's one hard point apiece here, Warden.
52 points now here for the side of Visual Scary. ASAP here on the trail. And unfortunately for them as well, in this transition, they lose the gunfights here from the back in transmission. And now they go for a bit of a break here from the front side. Whilst going to be out here for the side of Pickle. Unfortunately, can't really find any much value aside from the single elimination. And all of a sudden, by surprise, the players of ASAP now here holding things down here inside of the hard point. Spawn still favoring the players of Visual Scary, but they do beat me to it though. They spawn on the middle ground. 4 players to worry about here towards the back, but they got the operators supposed to lock things down here for the last 30.
Oh boy. And now, in just a blink of an eye, we're already less than 10 points away from making this an equal, basically an equal first rotation or first series here. Rather a first reset of these hard points. Here we go. NI already has that death machine on lock, expending the rest of the ammo here, but does get taken out in the process. 54 to 61. Visual Scary once again on the driver's seat.
66, 54. VZID hasn't really letting go of the lead, not just yet. And ASAP definitely trying to make something work here for their side as they try to find a means to win their gunfights, but Chroma just doubling it down. 18 elimination and finding some more. The Sparrow is good. 5-3 for Chroma and the Predator missile as well. 2 more opportunities right around, but the trophy deflects it. And he's still going to be on the roll, on the prowl. Momra with a Tempest. Rex with a War Machine. And now finally we get to see a player and a squad of VZID here breaking away from the hands of ASAP.
As predicted here, Warden, this looks like a very convincing play on the side of Visuals. So with the War Machine here, Rex, let's find another one. Yes, honestly, all good rewards from that investment. Already approaching the 100-point mark. We see Pickle still in patrol here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just 20 seconds away from going back to P1, which Visuals Scary was very dominant at earlier.
111 out of 54. And seconds remaining on this P4, and the players of Visual Scary, man, pretty much getting a full 60 out of this hill time. Love to see it from them. And now they go. Better missile flash through as well here for the side of Pickle. Actually, it's going to be available. No, not going to be using it, not just a little bit. Now we go back for a reset, and it's going to be well over so much of a lead here for the side of Visual Scary.
Oh, massive lead, and they don't even have to step just yet. They realize that ASAP has to be the ones to catch up. At this point, it is a matter of getting bluffed into stepping into P1. There we go. Anubis unable to get the best out of that exchange. Momra with a good solid 5 eliminations in a row already here, Warden. Entering 130. Pickle, does he find one? Unfortunately not.
Not at all, but the Predator now comes through here from the side of Momra. Getting his 29th here already. As it moves over as well. Last 25 seconds here on this P1. The players of Visual Scary. Even though it's a definite scrappy hill, they're devoting themselves here to try to extend the lead furthermore. And the players of ASAP, man, deep dark waters, can't find any breather whatsoever.
Okay. Well, so far here, Warden, again, a lot of the pressure really lies on the side of Visual Scary, despite the fact that they're already or are still at number 6 spot right now. ASAP, you know what? They can actually be just the agents of chaos here, if I'm going to say that out loud. Get in the way of Visual Scary here from getting to that top 4. A very green hard point thus far. ASAP does get intercepted, though, immediately.
Last play here so far from the side of Pickle as well. Lots gonna be out here for him, but of course he does get dropped. Rex now here with his own War Machine, trying to intercept the players here down Nanya. And only 10 more seconds to go as well. We're gonna have a quick listen in with the players of both ASAP and Visual Scary. So I'm kind of dying to see what they have to say about this game. Let's tune in now. Dial in.
Predator missile inbound. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested.
Minus sebelah atau minus sebelah?
Hello.
Yang sisanya. Okay.
Ako na, ma'am.
Nice.
Ooh, and that's they go. 2-0, 2 out of 6 between the players of ASAP. But the stale. Battle's going to be out here for one of the players from the side of ASAP until Dan is not going to be serving them any breaks whatsoever. And if you take a look at the players here from the side of SKAERI, they got all they need to close out the game here. But the time is not going to be on their side. At least not going to be closing this one through. It's the players of ASAP, man. I mean, if there's going to be any hard points that they have been able to put up a fight into it, it has definitely been P3.
Yeah, that's all that there is to it, man. Here we go. NI trying to flush out the remainders of VIZUALZ SKAERI over here, but unable to do so successfully. They are getting some points in. However, imagine the hike that they have to go through just to get to that 100-point mark. VIZUALZ SKAERI not making this a lot easier for them. They're gonna have to go through the entire rotation or the entire reset once again just to get close.
Yeah, it's going to be a long stride, a long haul here for the players of VIZUALZ. I mean, for the side of ASAP, rather. Big spray down here from the front. Pickle good for 2. Eliminations off with about 27. Not really notorious for his ARs, but able to pick it up from his teammate, and he is making it work. Rex once again pops his war machine here on the speed 4. Always only 1 though, but able to delay the time that they need. And all of a sudden now a bit of a break here for the side of ASAP. War Machine will be brought out here for the side of AK, but unfortunately doesn't get dropped. Sebio running it down now here with his equalizer. Able to find a triple. Same moves for the side of Chroma as well. He finds the 4th. On the feed, it's all yellow, and it's all SKAERI to go.
They can actually end it right then and there, Warden, if they're able to hold for this defense. And look at that. There's a lot of yellow boxes here, ladies and gentlemen, for the boys of VIZUALZ SKAERI to actually utilize, but I don't think that matters anymore, Warden. We are closing in. And just like that, VIZUALZ SKAERI takes a hard point with ease.
Yeah, it was absolutely dominant until the very end. ASAP only was able to find some time on the P3 rotations. When it came down to the other hill, it was all SKAERI all throughout the day.
And now they cooked. And they cooked it to perfection, ladies and gentlemen. Barely reaching that 100-point mark is ASAP. Now, is the gatekeeping going to be successful here? Because so far, VIZUALZ SKAERI, they're out on a mission, taking this hard point. Search and Destroy is looking over the horizon here, folks. Let's see how that's going to pan out.
Let's see. I mean, it was kind of projected already in some way that, you know, hard point is going to go to the side of VIZUALZ SKAERI. So let's see if Search and Destroy is going to be a different story this time around. But then again, I'm still remaining a bit hopeful for the set of ASAP, but they got to step it up huge here on this S&D.
Yeah, man, closing out the group stage with 0 series wins is not funny. But at the same time, competition doesn't really get any easier at this point. So let's take a look back at some of the action here. Some glimmer of sunshine every now and then on the side of ASAP, but just VIZUALZ SKAERI, man. They just have a lot to work with.
I mean, you know, this squad of VIZUALZ SKAERI, overall, the core players of SKAERI is, they have the potential to be top 3, even top 2. It's just that they lack that slight bit of oomph, you know. They need that one more player that needs to shine, and I'm definitely talking about either Chroma or Rex. Because they haven't really been the most consistent players here. Sebio, Mamra, Pickle, they've been doing their job respectively well. But here on the series, they don't really got to do too much. I mean, the 3 players that has been able to carry on the weight here, I mean, Pickle and Mamra, is more than enough to really get by because the players of ASAP.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost as if it's an overkill if the other 2 players here would still go on a tear, right? At the same time, it is what the competition demands. Approaching the last few seconds of this particular run. Look at that. It's an impenetrable fortress here at P4. No need for that additional reset. Man, VIZUALZ SKAERI definitely out for blood. Here we go. Rex being the MVP here, bagging 51 eliminations and a 2.32 KDA. Not in any way to scoff at.
Yeah. The man with no camera during the listen-ins will be your MVP. I don't know why I had to say that, but hey, you know, props to him in this one. And if he's able to perform like this, like really well on his hardpoint game mode, how much more well on the search and destroy? I mean, he is the marksman role. When you put him in a map of firing range, I think he should definitely be able to excel.
Oh yeah, man, and that's putting it lightly too. So let's see how much more we're gonna see from these teams, specifically on the side of ASAP, because we speak so highly, right? Like as Warden would say, 3 or maybe a couple or 3 of these players on the side of Visual SKAERI can definitely put them on the map a lot higher. We can't say the same for ASAP though. They do have to come up with something, and they do have to come up with something fast, because dude, one of their players is named the best. But that's a claim right there.
The best in what regard?
Exactly our point.
Hey, you know, names are names. Sometimes you might have to live up to it though. But now we go. Where's the next one? Firing range on the hot seat here, Pika. What do you think the scoreline will be, bro?
Ooh, if we're gonna base it on previous performances, I'd say maybe 9-3 in favor of Visual SKAERI.
Okay, I'm gonna go 9-7 favoring ASAP.
Amazing, I like that. Is there something that I don't know here? Mission Control, has Warden seen this match before? He's very confident for this, but kidding aside though, that's minimum. By the way, that's minimum 9-3. I'm saying that there's a possibility that this goes up to 9-5. But again, this is all statistically based, or at least from our previous records.
Well, let's get it on, ladies and gents. As we move over now towards this game 2 of the last series for today, it's going to be map of firing range search and destroy. To start things off here, it's going to be a full stack here for the set of VZPH. You're on Alpha, sends out one player directly on the mid map, and it's going to be AK finding the first blood, making the second as well. Pickle gets shut down. Mamra and Chroma now here all alone to go for clutch in a 2v4 situation.
We got the bomb.
Oh, I'm getting cold sweats here, Warden. Let's see how this is gonna pan out. We got a couple of players here still remaining on the side of SKAERI. Never mind, Mamra's the last man standing, and he still has to deal with...
Oh. Ooh. Just like that now. First round here will be given for the side of ASAP.
Defend the objectives. The enemy has the bomb.
Well, here we go. Welcome back. A bit of a technical difficulty here on our side. We lost comms here. Now, hopefully, we are back on track. As they go, here we through, and now it's going to be the second round here. Looking to be a pretty aggressive strike here for the set of ASAP here on his Alpha side. Player 4. Rex here going to be all alone on the battle side on the mid map. Pickle already developing a push. Tries to gather his thoughts now. But in the process, AK once more drawing in first blood. Takes away Sebio.
Again, Warden, right before I got cut off from Earth. Honestly, I'm getting cold sweats here, ladies and gentlemen. 2v4 once again here. This is the similar side that... Oh, never mind. Okay, we are closing in 2-2. We got the best and AK over here. Last 2 players standing, and AK picking off Rex. Warden, you might be right. You actually might be right. And AK being the last person to put a close over there. Uh-oh. Warden, 2-0 already.
Well, it's only 2 rounds done. They still need 7 more rounds to go to prove my statement, right? Which is scary though. I know for a fact they're gonna get a respawn mission on the third. They're not gonna allow this one to happen once again. But no, we'll take the same route here on this mid map. But this time around though, it does take away Anubis. And it's quickly back away, forcing that finally the first time around that first blood will draw in pretty nicely here for this individual SKAERI.
Oh yeah, man. It's gonna be a bit of a grind here. A long one to say the least, but let's see how that's gonna be. With the best already picking up Mamra. You had to challenge him more. Then you had to dare him to show us in which regard he is the best at. NI also with the follow-up here on Pickle. Chroma in the danger zone here as he reloads.
Now going to be a stack here on towards an A-long. Sabio then definitely needs to get a shot or two. And if he finds the first NI, it's now going to be gone. Smokes drop, able to mitigate vision. Should be a bomb plan now. Whoa, bang from the side of Sabio. Could have been a play, but an A connects from the back. Furious is out. The best now take up the child here on his barrels. That's going to be Chrome and Rex here trying to make a push. And through the window, takes up the shot on the mid-map. AK finds a hit marker. Best able to secure the elimination as well. Bombs yet to be planted. Rudo and Chroma might just get taken down. The G's is good for AK. It's all going to come down to Rex, the MVP of the freeze map here in this 1v2.
And let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, this is still defender's side here. So Rex, he has 2 players to worry about as well as the objective. He finds a leg. There we go. That's all he needed. And AK. We
got the bomb.
Let's see if this snipe is going to be for the better.
Time. Yep, run away. Yep, no time left there. That's going to be finally the first round here for the set of VIZUALZ. Scary. Play that one a bit too risky. One shoulder peek is more than enough. Just run away and play for the time. And now you move over towards the next. As you move in here, Sep's still going to be on the lead. VIZUALZ PH. Able to get the first and the second Pickle, and Rex finds Anubis and the best away. Leaving the rest of the crew here for the set of ASAP. Startled, what kind of decision they got to put up? But unfortunately, though, shuts down Mamra through, and now it's a 3v4 situation.
Look at this Pickle trying to take control of tower over here. Rex does not have any ample information. Oh, but does manage to cross over at Wooden properly there. Oh, that was genius. And here we go, Pickle with an amazing flank coming off the top. Let's see if he's going to be picked out here by Furious. Unfortunately, though, did not see the cavalry coming from behind here via Chroma. And again, Warden, a while ago, I just had to say that was an amazing, amazing follow-through off of Furious. He did get wall banked and then naded after. So it's those small details like that that makes Search and Destroy very interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely leaving it in a more technical note, per se.
Yeah.
What did we find here? A triple stacker on jungle side. Oh my god, fast and Furious play is coming through. Furious himself, though, finds Pickle away. Mamra as well. And I find Chroma, and that's going to be Sabio and Rex. The sniper and the marksman to try to make a play here for the squad of VIZUALZ SKAERI.
There we go. Last man standing. Sabio has to deal with both AK and NI. Does take out Furious prior. So let's see. Is there any information here? Wild spray for NI. Oh my goodness. Is he gonna be able to get away with this? And he does. Sabio. This guy.
Yeah. That was just too bad there for players of ASAP. You can't afford to let this guy just run away with a 3v1, man. Come on now.
Just like we know, here we go. Beautiful shot once again by Sabio. The momentum is still hot. Mamra, great top wooden infiltration over here, and does go to forest, or does go to jungle rather. Here we go, 3-2. That objective is definitely gonna have to wait here.
Finish the mission.
Oh, it truly does. And now it's just gonna be Furious all alone here to try to make a clutch. Goes down. The spray is good for Chroma with a PKM. And all of a sudden, they snap their fingers, and it's going to be a double round lead now here for the side of VIZUALZ SKAERI.
And with that eagle eye shot right there on the side of Chroma, just making sure that he does spray early enough for that PKM to connect. Let's see, 4-2, and still on the defender side. So if they're able to continue this streak all the way to when they can finally have the bomb, this could be dangerous. This could be bad for ASAP.
Truly. Now, Recycler on Bravo comes into play here for the side of ASAP.
Bomb has been planted.
Yep.
And we would have the first time around as well that we're going to be seeing a retake here happen in this side itself, in this side of this map. But Pickle finds the first, Fear is able to get the trade. Rex here on the other side of the map. We'll be able to find one single for Sebio, and it's now going to be the best here all alone. Going for the spray down, but Chroma shuts it all away, and then the lead extends down to a triple here for the side of VIZUALZ SKAERI.
A rather premature plant right there, I would say so, Warden. Especially with the team as game and as fearless as VIZUALZ SKAERI. You saw what happened. They got pole axed all over B just as the plant ensued. So here we go, 5-2. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, before the switch, if VIZUALZ SKAERI is able to establish that very commanding lead, then it's safe to assume that they're going to be able to toy with ASAP towards the lower half.
Oh, and we say, find Momron Pickle there for the trade as well. Throwing it up now here with the back and floor. Chroma is so good with a PKM. Nubis wants to take up the fight up against Pickle, but unfortunately the P5 is not good for him, and now Chroma does get out of his pants down. But off the crossplayer, Sebio takes up the fight with a scope on his hands. He pushes it up here on the trailer side. And Pickle will get the shots to connect to fly through 6-2. Last 3 rounds here for the side of VIZUALZ. Last round as well as we switch the side.
Now, you know what this means, ladies and gentlemen? With this amount of rounds that they can work with, not to mention they do have the objective. The bomb is on their side. VIZUALZ SKAERI right here can definitely set the tone and be confident with their gunfights as well. Chroma has been turning it up. However, speaking of Chroma, AK though eliminates him first and gets Pickle secondary.
Looking to get the shots here towards the back, but the best finds Rex. Sebio there for the trade now, 1v3 for himself. And I might just be next as well, but only 5 to hit marker. So unfortunate, but hey. Drop the lead now. They stop the bleeding. And they get the round here on the first half for them. And what is he munching on, man? I kind of want that.
Well, I saw him have a plate earlier. I'm just not gonna judge what it is. But whatever it is that he's taken there, right? AK has been. There we go. Speaking of AK, finds Chroma once again. It has been working for him so far. All right, Sebio still by restrooms over there. Trailer already cleared out by Anubis.
Nicely done here for NI. Takes away Pickle. This could definitely be some chains of rounds here. And that's going to take up the fight. So beautiful. Oh my God. Drops out of elevation. And now it's going to be Sebio here once more here to go for the clutch up against Pierce here on the battle side. Jesus, good. Now it's a 1v3, but the bomb is all the way on the other side of the map.
This is not going to be a new situation here for Sebio, but it's a 4v1 even possible right now. With the way that things are. Objective is literally going to be a big hike from where he is. Not to mention, it's safe to assume that they already have that pinned. They already have the objective within their lines of sight. Just like that, AK. Taking it slow. Anubis and you see, in their respective positions.
Woo. A bit of a breather here for ASAP. Pulls the trigger up against Sebio, and the headshot is good. VIZUALZ PH losing off this game.
Oh, maybe this is not their flavor, man. Yeah, sorry to cut, but yeah, maybe this is not their flavor right now. This might not be it. They wanted that patient game. Again, we're just assuming right now AK already has his sight set on mid with a little bit of perspective towards A. Chroma, is this going to be a good enough flank? Is he going to check his corners? Oh, but again, too late on the trigger pull. Pays the price. Care of the best.
We a tough one here. Sebas finds Pickle down. Another first few bloods here ripped away by the players of ASAP. Again, it's not the first time we haven't been able to see the squad here pull something out of their sleeves in a game of a search and destroy. Wasn't really expecting it to go same way here, same routes up against VIZUALZ SKAERI.
I got that right. Oh my goodness.
Back, able to get that information as well. The best here with a shotgun can check up here towards the back. Close it out of the distance. Beautiful shot for the best. And now what lies next is just going to be the last two players here for the set of VIZUALZ SKAERI to drop the lead to 1. It's going to be Rex and Sebio here, the marksman and the sniper. And AK shots Rex away. Sebio once again in a 1v. Whatever it will be, it's always a clutch situation for him. You need to get your snipers involved early on. You can't afford to let the sniper be the only one alive at the end of the round.
No, absolutely. And you know, if my count serves me right, then the best already did take a 4-piece out of that round. So that proves a lot. Now here we go. The lead is literally 1 round away, ladies and gentlemen. What needs to be done here by VIZUALZ SKAERI? They don't want to blow all that hard work away, but here we go. The best, and Anubis already picking off a couple. AK with a follow-through. Sebio does get 1 trade, but it is still a 2v4. Make that a 2v1. Sebio, once again, the sniper, left to deal with an entire troop.
And now all of a sudden, it's now the players of ASAP here, tied up with the players of VIZUALZ SKAERI. It was such a dramatic lead. And all of a sudden, the players of ASAP bouncing back now here on the second half.
Oh, not looking real comfy here. The side of VIZUALZ SKAERI. Like I said, all that hard work just tossed out the window just because of a side switch. That is 4 consecutive unsolved rounds right here, Warden. Let's see how they're going to try to avert this crisis. Chroma, a bit of a hold here. An unusual passiveness that we're seeing.
Not really looking good here. Fortunate enough, though, for the side of ASAP. Much cohesion whatsoever offered, but it's not a VIZUALZ SKAERI. So much lane occupancy, but for what, though? I mean, ASAP is not really the team that tends to push out where it doesn't matter. Just gotta make a move, go directly towards the side and call it over. You got 1 player here that's gonna be Sebio climbing the steel tower, and I feel so sorry for you, sir. Yep, see you on the next round.
Yeah. This is looking real scary for SKAERI right now, in the sense that, oh man, they feel like headless chickens as of the moment. Now they went for a plant with a 2-man deficit, with little to no information, I would say, regarding the whereabouts of ASAP, and they can be completely surrounded in one go. Pickle, he has to survive all these encounters. That's 1. Let's see if somebody's gonna try to go inside trailer once again. Make that 2, and almost at a 3 there. That was close. But here, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a 2v1. I mean, it's everything we said. Furious, last man standing here.
Oh my god.
That just happened.
What just happened there?
That just happened.
You had the numbers for your side, but why would you decide to peek 1 by 1 up against a player on the trailers? That was a mistake and a half for the side of ASAP. Now we do get to see the players of VIZUALZ SKAERI now here taking the lead away once again.
The enemy has the bomb.
It's going to be a double stacker on the trailers and through the wall. Oh my god, AK. 5 Spickle out. Now it's an early 4v5.
How does he know? Oh my goodness. Okay, Sebio taking some...
It's true random shot, man.
It really was. I was like thinking to myself, nah, he could not have seen a single limb out of wood. But, you know, he rolled the dice, got himself snake eyes, and there it is. Oh, but just when he actually had information, it's Sebio who emerged on top. Furious with a 2-piece over here. Now we're left with a 2v4. Oh, make that a 2v3 here. Make that a 2v2. Crumbling tower syndrome here, Warden.
Uh-oh. Now it's a 1v2. Rex now going to be all alone. Has the bomb in his side. Let's definitely pick it up, though. And it's going to be right around here to play out the cross. We got the best as well here with a shotgun. Pulling over on the tunnel side. Fortunate decision here for the side of Rex, though. Will be able to find himself here for this one, but no. NI sees him on the mid-map. Related information. Wants to take up a 5-player 1. The best posted up here directly on it, Cubby. Rex takes this route instead inside of the side. We'll get this bomb planted here without a problem.
Uh-oh.
Look at the players here. Drawing in and gets the pump to the face. ASAP respond back with their own force, and now the game is going to be tied up here once again for 7-7.
The fact right there, questionably, as to why Rex would even leave the site it's just beyond me. 7-7 here ladies and gentlemen. You'd love to see it. Now let's see what other adjustments can be made here. And is AK going to be able to pull off one more lucky shot as we started the round with?
Uh-oh. Mid-strike here offered, but it's out of visual scary. Do they get to read this question? No, and the answer is no. Pickle finds the AK away. And Anubis looking to get a trade. Same goes for the set of NI. Now well involved. We're here for the gunfight, and they are able to win it. Mamra. Double wrap. The bat's going to be right around. The shotgun's good. 2v3 situation now. Last two here on the trailer side. ASAP definitely on striking distance. Get map points for their side.
Oh boy. Yeah, you know, I stand corrected here. Let's kind of put AK aside here, ladies and gentlemen, as we have NI and the best. These two guys right here are proving their worth from ASAP. Here we go. Rex forced to take the bomb. He has to deal with three of the opposition here. And the best has been on a roll lately. The Furious just looking over the distance, making sure that once information has been relayed, he has to respond and respond quick.
Truly. Rex, what can you find? You got 45 seconds left here to make a decision. He's able to creep by, put himself inside of the side. The best can definitely just wait out for a plan to happen. You might just be able to hear it. Doubles back. Oh no. Definitely getting to his nerves, but he does check the angle. That's the best away. Here's gonna be right around as well. They're just next besides the window. If you're on the side of ASAP, you know for a fact time is in the essence here for the side of Rex. Start closing up the distance, and NI is in perfect position to do so. As he goes for the spray, shuts him down. ASAP now here will be on map point.
Oh boy, Warden. You really are the Nostradamus of Call of Duty mobile commentary, man. I'm telling you right now, you are calling that 9-7, perhaps. But if that might be the case. Otherwise, it's going to be an overtime here, ladies and gentlemen, if and only if Visual Scary can make one more round happen.
It's going to be a quick strike here on Alpha. Anubis playing off this off angle. Knows for a fact trailer's not going to be contested whatsoever. AK backs away. Now it's going to be player 2. Anubis here playing on his heady side. Almost going to be playing at bomb. That's going to be out as well. They're not going to go and force this trailer here from their side. They just want to all stack up here on towards the day long.
Well, very, very traditional play that we're seeing here, ladies and gentlemen. Check out the positioning of the entirety of Visual Scary over here. They do have the bomb all within close proximity. Uh-oh. This is a successful flank. Yes, Pickle in the back, able to pick off 2. Is it going to be a 3? Yes.
Oh my God. Oh, what a run! Just like that, straight down, and it's going to be an overtime. Visual Scary, they stay alive.
Bro, that was a quick breeze on the side of Visual Scary. Well played by these fine gentlemen over here. Now forcing an overtime. Couple of rounds as lifelines here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see, folks, what's going to be the big play here. What is going to be the complex plays. There's a bit of damage on the side of Fears already. AK finds Mamra.
Roma as well. Go backs away. The nade's going to be flying by. Numbers advantage one here once again here for the set of ASAP. You got, well, Pickle getting picked off here by the NI. Rex through the wall. Finds the Anubis out.
Uh-oh.
The best's gonna be slowly crawling there behind the wood wall. Just finds one off the cross. Rex he goes. Double tap to be offered, but we'll be able to get a collateral. Never mind, it's straight down off the SKAERI radar, but that being said, enough plays granted here by the player Rex. And off this mid-map, Chroma sees him. And then Sabio Rata. The big 1v1 fight here on the mid-map, and Sabio wins it. And now it's going to be the player's turn here from Set of Visual Scary to take this to their map point.
What was that trailer play, bro? Oh my goodness.
Defend the objective.
Rex.
The enemy has the bomb.
Oh man. I am lost for words right now, Warden. But here we go. Potential map point and set point here. The best picks one off, but then again, Pickle was right there to respond.
Big shots coming over here on Bravo, and then bulk of the numbers will lie upon the players of VIZUALZ SKAERI, but no, NI finds Pickle away. Now it's a 2v2 situation, but one player rogue here from the back. That is going to be Sebio. Has to develop a push. NI might just get unspotted though, and he'll be able to win the gunfight. Rex now here, hurdling free here on his mid map, finds the first. AK should be right around as well, but doesn't get any visuals. And Rex will double down here towards Alpha instead.
Oh boy. And again, AK so dangerous with these snipes today, man. Still unable to find anything substantial here, information-wise. Oh, does he spot him? Yes. Oh, but manages to wiggle away out of trouble.
Uh-oh. Plant the bomb now. Rex, it's all going to come down to you. Whether can you close out the deal? The sniper's going to be out here as well, and he doesn't know that he's just right around. But AK wins to go to 5. The flick is good, and the place of ASAP. They force another round of this overtime.
Unbelievable. Just waltz right into the scope, and AK was so ready.
And he's still munching.
Oh my gosh, dude. Why did he go for the push to begin with?
The objective.
Wanted to play the cut, wanted to play an off angle, but unfortunately the shots were just so good for the set of AK. And AK starts things off with the first initial blood here dropped. Oh my god.
Unreal.
Double shot offered on the jungle side. Pickle able to find Fierce in the best of way. Back through. Mamra posted up there on the top side. Look up player 4 as well. And already making a flank here. Will get shut down by Pickle. Now going to be a 3v2 situation. This should be around here for set of VIZUALZ SKAERI.
Here we go, Pickle. It's a little bit too late on them peaks. Some timing issues every now and then. Anubis also still out in the open over here. No exchange of information just yet. And AK finally scouted out. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, in potential set point is VIZUALZ SKAERI. And not without any commending to AK. My goodness, that shot still haunts me.
Defend the objective.
Oh, truly.
Oh, why?
And move over for the next round. And we finally see the end, the finisher. Here for the set of VIZUALZ SKAERI. Or will this be a force on towards another round here out of players of ASAP?
Sebio sticking around bathrooms. Mamra already situated up a tower over here. Now this is going to be the calm before the storm, ladies and gentlemen. Very important round here for both teams. VIZUALZ SKAERI to close this out and move to their third map. And as for ASAP, just to get in the way of VIZUALZ SKAERI one more time. AK a little late on the trigger pull.
Very tough situation here. It's just all going to come down to VIZUALZ SKAERI to dictate the pace. As player 2, Mamra finds NI away. Lovely start so far here for the set of VIZUALZ SKAERI. Definitely the one that they need here to start to build up the way that they can end off this game.
Oh boy. Again, naturally so. Look at VIZUALZ SKAERI over here. They're not going for the objective just yet. They want to apply a little bit more pressure, especially on the side of ASAP. They are down one man. Sebio just looking over at Steel. If someone's going to be daring enough to peek. Half a minute to go here on our second overtime. Oh, a little too late on that flick. AK realizes that he did get scouted for a little bit there.
The bomb has been planted.
Give it a last and final stride here for the players of VIZUALZ SKAERI. Yes, Pickle finds the double. Anubis. AK left remains. Good to go for the clutch, and VIZUALZ SKAERI, they've done it. 11-9 will be the scoreline. Finally, we got to see the ending of this firing range search and destroy.
No, it felt like an actual novel having to watch that, ladies and gentlemen. VIZUALZ SKAERI, after the switch, were made to walk the plank. Overtaken for a little bit and forced double overtimes. But at the end of it all, VIZUALZ SKAERI able to compose themselves enough to close this search and destroy. Now, let's see what the statistics will say. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm putting all my cards on board for these boys. I don't know who the MVP will be. I just want to see how that really ended. That was magnificent.
It was truly so. I mean, a well-fought battle, nonetheless. I mean, even though despite the fact that it didn't really go to my projection, I'm still kind of proud in some way that, you know, it did end up being down to the wire as it felt like it was going to be. With game number 2 being sealed out by the side of VIZUALZ SKAERI as we approach towards the game mode of control, I don't think we're going to be seeing a game for it at all here on the series.
Oh, after that performance, I'm completely with you there, Warden. Even if we look back at some of the action here, this fantastic shots from these teams were just too many to note. Chroma turning up the best, also one of the players that I can really give flowers to. And this right here, this madman. Why do the really good players have to be named AK all the time?
Definitely, man. Definitely. I mean, you just gotta, you know, let's develop their playbook. That's why that's just one thing that they need here for the side of ASAP, and maybe until then we can see them prominently be one of the better teams here on Search and Destroy.
Truly. Man, Sebio, a while ago, it was very tragic also that he really did have to deal with a few other members of ASAP by himself. And those odds are always going to be terrifying, no matter which way you look.
Well, I can't believe the fact that in some way that we're only probably a map away from finishing our group stage. Just one thing for sure. Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are enjoying the show here so far, this is the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2026 Garena Qualifiers. Last and final day here for the group stage before we hit the strike on next week's run for the playoffs and solidify and dictate who will be our representatives from Garena for the World Championship that will be happening in Mexico at the 4th to the 6th of December.
It's going to be a few months away, ladies and gentlemen, but this is where it starts. The gateway to greatness, as we always say. Here we go, 7-7. This was the very first overtime, or rather, this was leading to the first overtime that we had. But this right here is where it became very, very close to the chest. Of course, my boy Pickle with 23 eliminations here. Way more than standard, honestly. And 1.53 KDA, and that's all she wrote. Let's see how Control is going to unfold here, Warden.
Well, Control started off, I have a pretty high expectancy that it's going to be a 3-0. So, I do hope the players of ASAP still proving wrong for this one. But if you guys are wondering as well, what are they fighting for? SKAERI is fighting for their 4th spot here for the playoffs to have the safety net, as currently FREESLOT is at the number 4 spot. But ASAP, even if they win the series, it doesn't really affect them, but it does affect their brothers, FREESLOT. As we all know, ASAP and FREESLOT is from Thailand. So if ASAP wins the series, they're doing it on the behalf with the courtesy of bringing their quote-unquote opposition in the region, but brothers in the country for the playoffs.
Right. And again, it's such a complicated situation that we're in right now, ladies and gentlemen. So for what it's worth, it all comes down to this. This is a decider whether or not we're going to head to a minimum of map 4. But as Warden would say, and I will echo with that, VIZUALZ SKAERI, they are compelled to make this a 3-0. Ladies and gentlemen, standoff Control underway.
Let's get it on, man. Might be the last and final game here to seal the deal here on this group stage. As we start things off here on the first round, it's going to be VIZUALZ here starting at the defensive side. Well, there's the crew here for the set of ASAP, stacking it up already here on Bravo.
Oh boy. 28-28, here we go. VIZUALZ SKAERI already withering down the rest of ASAP over here. And look at that. In a jiff, in the blink of an eye, we already lost a bunch of the spawns here on the side of ASAP. However, they are in pursuit of Bravo, and quickly they are going to add 1 more minute on the board here just to increase their chances of catching up. And that they just did.
Oh, truly, man. Coming over here, next up in line, it is going to be the players of VIZUALZ SKAERI here, just posted up here on the deli side alongside this mid map. Battle off for some spawn traps here, all due to their map control. Evidently well been put up. ASAP, on the contrary, has been trying to put up a fight, but the live count says otherwise.
This could be over, and this could be over quick. Let's see if Alpha is going to be a target here. Because so far for the previous games, oh man, speared out of the equation. Mamra taking out the best. 19-7 here. This is going to be a very, very swift first round here, ladies and gentlemen. Now, never mind, 19-3. It is a matter of frags now. Forget objective Alpha. We just got to take out the last man standing, and it is done.
Yep, that's going to be absolutely dominated here by the place of VIZUALZ SKAERI. They want to end this series already. They want to make sure that they will make it to the playoffs. There are only 2 more rounds away to do so, but now we switch the sides. Then we'll see a bit more of a fight here for the side of ASAP now here as they're on the defense. Almost going to be out here on the hunt with his barrel on board. Finds Anubis as well out in the process. And now going to be inside of the site. Checks up, doesn't have to take up the fight. Looking to pop the Predator missile, but Fear stops him to it. And now it's going to be Rex here, putting himself directly on the B control point.
Look at that, familiar numbers here, ladies and gentlemen. But the biggest difference is now we do have operator skills in the equation. Mamra. Okay, this is a bit unusual. Yes, goes for the spawn traps over here. Can I get Predator missile? He does get... Oh, wow. I was going to say he does get scouted out, but still able to survive the encounter. And no way he's surviving this again.
Yeah, this might just be the end. Absolutely dominating here from the side of VIZUALZ SKAERI. Capture already done on Bravo. And the players of ASAP, they haven't really gotten any map control aside from looking at Fierce here, hitting it down here, bottom grannies. Trace down, gets the first, but the trade's going to be good here for Chroma and Mamra. The Annihilator's going to be out, and it's showtime for Rex. Finds the first NI there for the trade. 1 more player down, but another player to worry about for the players of ASAP, and that's going to be Chroma finding the second to the last. Fierce now here all alone. Does it have to go down to the capture and elimination regardless? It will be VIZUALZ SKAERI here on map point.
In a brutal round, man. More painful than the last one. Let's see how this is going to go for ASAP. Are they going to be at least successful when it comes to their gatekeeping here? Or will VIZUALZ SKAERI just honestly raise their hands up here and call it a day? One need to begin with here via Rex at the expense of Anubis. 28-28 once again. Pred missile. Good for 1 at the very least. Yes, sir.
Set the bar here for the side of VIZUALZ SKAERI as they are going for a run out. Law, good for 2. Mamra involved as well. Seb is going to whip out the equalizer here to go for the spawn trap. And Pika to beat you to it. This might just be, and this will be, most likely be the end.
Oh yeah, man. I'm already removing any doubts from my heart here. 20-17. Even with all these operator skills at hand, the momentum is just too hot. 20-15 over here with very little attempts to even capture Alpha. Mamra on a tear. Chroma right then and there. Sebio. Look at that. And they just keep going. 19-8. This ended very, very violently a little earlier. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the end.
Yeah, 2 laps remaining. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls and children of all ages, we have some things up for every series, every maps and every matchups for the group stage, with VIZUALZ SKAERI ending it off with a high note with a 3-0 fashion to beat down the squad of ASAP. And with that being said as well, congratulations for VIZUALZ SKAERI for securing the last slot for the playoff.
And in acknowledgement, unfortunately, ASAP never got to see the light of day when it came to victory. Oh man, VIZUALZ SKAERI. You know what this means, ladies and gentlemen. Free slot right there. They might be holding their heads down now, because after this spectacular performance from VIZUALZ SKAERI, that fourth place slot is in jeopardy.
Yeah. Woo. Wow, what a run, what a day, and what a season that we've had here so far here on the group stage, here in the Garena Qualifiers. We gotta talk about the man of the show. I mean, Mamra and Chroma is popping off here in this map of Sound of Control.
That they did, man. beautifully, might I add. Now here we go. There is nothing different from whichever round that you would look at here, folks. This was just a rinse and repeat moment, as we would say, a loop, if you will, when it came to Visual Scary against ASAP. Yes, it's only the numbers that made the difference. After all of that, Visual Scary leaving here with their heads held high. And of course, at this point, overtaking VIZUALZ Indonesia.
And your MVP here for the last map here for today is going to be Mamra, here with 26 eliminations in the KDA of 4.33.
Oh boy. A really good KDA, if I can say so myself. So, again, Warden, I believe that as the curtains are slowly closing in towards our group stage, it has been grand, bro. It really has been. And the scoreline for all these teams, as far as they can get, or as close as they tried to make it, all the matches were just great.
Yep, truly. And everyone was just, well, rightfully fighting, faces off here, off this game. You definitely felt the efforts there for set of ASAP, but they kind of knew in some way that the Visual Scary wishes on a different level at some point.
Noticeable gap, if we're going to be completely honest here, but not leaving unscarred, right? Because granted that they were taken to a double overtime, it really does speak a bit of a volume if we're going to be completely honest here. Nevertheless, it is not how you start the race, it's how you finish. So, and here we are. This is the score that you guys were unable to see if you just tuned in.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit of a stretcher on the Search and Destroy, but on hardpoint and on stand-up control, it was a quick and easy run there for a set of Visual Scary.
Yeah, it was. Oh boy. But again, another day at the office for Visual Scary. You've seen them, you've heard them many times over in previous Garena tournaments, including this one. So for those of you who continue to be fans of Visual Scary, time to celebrate. And this right here, this is an epic conclusion to our group stage here at Garena Qualifiers.
Woo-hoo-hoo. Series winners, Visual Scary. They have now handled themselves as part of the top 4 squad here in not just the Philippines, but in the entirety of the Garena region, in the inclusion of Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Thailand, and Indonesia. They've made it. What lies next is obviously qualifying for the World Championship, and what lies ahead them is going to be rivals Elevate and ALUla. Our series MVP though will be Rex from the side of Visual Scary with 80 eliminations in the 2.05 KDA. And take a look at the standings, ladies and gentlemen. On the left side are all the Filipino squads that you guys have been watching in the Garena Masters series, and on the right side is, well, your representatives from Thailand. That is FREESLOT alongside as soon as possible. On Indonesia, you got Visual Esports, and from Taiwan, Hong Kong, that is Changed World. Unfortunately, they're not moving over towards the playoffs.
And with valiant effort to give them as well. You know, we gotta rate them for all the hard fought battles. But at the end of it all, Visual Scary able to power through the competition, taking that number 4 spot all the way to the playoffs here, Warden. I cannot believe that this is over, honestly.
Yeah, it has been a pretty long haul here, and the action's still not going to be stopping at all, ladies and gentlemen. We still got the playoffs up next, and woo! And if you guys wondering when will the playoffs happen, we're going to be taking a bit of a break, just a little bit, but in 6 days' time, we're going to be heading straight towards the first day of the playoffs that will be happening on the 29th, and now on the 30th will be the final dictator on who will be the representatives in the World Championship from Garena. We got 14th remaining. We got ALUla Club, Elevate, Visual Scary, and Rival Esports. And to be honest with you, to be all to it, I feel like we're going to be having an upset for this year's run.
And that's a prediction right here, right now, ladies and gentlemen. Don't hold us to it. It is just us. Yeah, it is just a little bit of a brain tick right there. Let's see how that's gonna unfold in just a few days. For those of you who stuck with us for the past number of hours, thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, I'm just gonna speak on my behalf. Thank you for having me once again here at the microphone. Warden has been putting in the grind here alongside the other commentators. Thank you very much. Warden, take it away.
Yeah, with that being said as well, Pika, we're going to be waving our hands to goodbye to you, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, it has been an honor as well, you know, sharing the mic with you here on the commentary desk, especially for the last 2 days of the group stage. But the action will not be stopping here, ladies and gents. We will be having the playoffs coming in 6 days in time. But for the time being, though, this Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2026 Garena Qualifier Group Stage will come to a halt. Thank you guys so much for this one. See you guys at the playoff. Good night and goodbye.